Chapter 1110. Egerton wasn't surprised. According to the information he had gathered, the Etrurian alliance had been suffering from the invasion of the Gauls from the north for the past few years, and had no choice but to rely on the assistance of the Dionians. Last year, the Dionians had specially sent troops to the northern border of the Iberian alliance to ensure the safety of their territory. For this reason, the Etrurians naturally had to do something, which was not surprising. What about the ships in front? Are they all Etrurian as well? Oakton asked with interest as he looked at a large cargo ship in front of him. It had a taller side and a one-story building. When I was passing by those ships in the small boat just now, I observed them carefully. Although most of their sailors are Phoenicians, it seems like. The attendant hesitated with anger. The people on the ships are dressed like Namibians and Mauritanians. Even with Oakton's self-restraint, it was difficult for him to remain calm at this moment, because the Carthage people blamed half of the war on the Namibians' rebellion. After that, the Namibians, who were once like slaves, turned around and frequently attacked Carthage's land. So, be it in the past or present, the Namibians were a pain in the heart of the Carthage people. Oakton quickly calmed down and asked in a deep voice, "Why did they come with so many ships?" "It seems that many of the ships are carrying horses," the attendant replied. Oakton understood. "That's all the Namibians have to offer." "My lord." The attendant hesitated and whispered, "They are all giving gifts to Dionia, but we didn't take anything." "Isn't this?" Oakton raised his head. "The fact that Carthage can send an envoy to the celebration is the best gift we can give to the Hades of Dionia." Although Egerton said so, he knew in his heart that Carthage's status in the western Mediterranean was no longer what it used to be. But many of the Carthage elders had not fully adapted to this new change, including Hanno. Therefore, the Carthage emissaries who had brought generous gifts to the other emissaries looked shabby in comparison. This undoubtedly made the negotiations with Dionia more difficult. While Egerton was deep in thought, the Etruscan emissary delegation had finished unloading their goods and left the dock. Next, it was the turn of the Namibian emissary delegation and the Mauritanian emissary delegation to enter the inner city dock. After a while, the sound of horses neighing and people shouting could be heard. The pier became unusually lively. Suddenly, a deafening scream came from the shore, and it lasted for a long time. Even Egerton, who was outside the port, could hear it clearly. "Oh my God, what monster is this?" "It's huge." "This might be. Perhaps it's the giant bull of Lucania." "Idiot! Does a cow have such a long nose?" "Moreover, the horns of a cow grow on its head, but its horns grow on its mouth." "Then tell me, what is it?" "I've never seen it before. How would I know?" "But we can ask these Mauritanians." Hearing these screams, Egerton was surprised. Could it be that the Mauritanians had sent elephants that lived in the interior of Africa to Thurii? Although he had never seen it, he had heard that there were many elephants further south in the territory of the Namibians and Mauritanians. Most of the ivory traded in the Carthage city market came from there. In fact, ivory was also very popular in Thurii, especially when the Temple of Hades was rebuilt. But when the real owner of the ivory walked out of the cabin and came to the shore, it still shocked the onlookers. There's such a giant beast in this world. Could it be a descendant of some ancient monster? Compared to the citizens who were shouting and letting their imaginations run wild, the officials of Tali who came to greet the emissary delegation were shocked. They were more worried about how much damage these behemoths would cause to the city if they went berserk, because it seemed difficult to control them. After all, the citizens of the inner city were either elders, ministers, or ordinary citizens. Their identities were not ordinary. If a large number of casualties were caused, these insignificant officials of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs would not be able to bear the responsibility. Even though the Mauritanian emissary repeatedly explained to the officials of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that although the animals looked huge, they were actually gentle and would not easily hurt people. At the same time, he ordered the elephant handlers to command the elephants to kneel before the officials, using their long trunks to make all kinds of funny gestures, such as waving and nodding. But it did not completely dispel the officials' doubts. Instead, it made the cheers of the onlookers even louder. Fortunately, it did not take long for hundreds of palace guards to arrive. They were ordered by the King of Devers to bring the elephants to the elephant pen specially built for the elephants on the Hill of the Kings. Thus, under the careful guidance of the elephants' men, the 3 elephants, 1 male, 1 female, and 1 calf, moved with slow and heavy steps over the flat and sturdy streets, following the route the triumphant army would take, advancing towards the west of the city. The people in the inner city who got the news came out of their houses, including some elders. They stood by the roadside, curiously watching the giant beasts that they had never seen before. Under the efforts of the palace guards to maintain order, the excited people did not cause the elephants to panic. Instead, they enjoyed the rare honor of being a triumphant army, and the people were filled with anticipation for this year's celebration. By the time the Carthage emissary arrived at the port, it was already afternoon. Aukerdin had been waiting on the ship for nearly 4 hours. So when he came ashore, he grumbled to the Dionia official who came to greet him. Turiai is such a big city, but it has such a small port. Any visiting foreign emissary would not be able to feel the grandeur of Dionia as the most powerful country in the western Mediterranean. Instead, it's a kind of cowardly pettiness. The Dionia official was not offended by Aukerdin's bluntness. Instead, he admitted frankly, "You're right. We've also realized that this is a big problem. This inner-city river port was built before the kingdom was founded. At that time, it had sufficient capacity. However, in recent years, foreign emissaries have been visiting too frequently, and many of them did not come empty-handed." At this point, the official glanced at the lonely passenger ship behind Aukerdin. "So this river port is now insufficient. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has reported this problem to His Majesty. Although both sides of the inner city have been occupied by buildings, and there is no extra space to build a new river port, His Majesty has held several executive meetings with ministers on this issue. I believe a solution will be found soon." Aukerdin nodded in understanding. In fact, he just wanted to vent his anger. He did not care whether the problem of Turiai's river port could be solved or not. He changed the topic and asked seriously, "I request to meet the King of Devers. I represent the Carthage Senate to discuss something important with him. Can the Ministry of Foreign Affairs convey my request to the King of Devers?" The official looked at him and said seriously, "According to the administrative regulations of the kingdom, all foreign affairs are the responsibility of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. If you have any request, you can write a letter first and submit it to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Our officer, Lord Ansatanos, will judge whether it is important or not, and then decide whether to let us discuss it or to pass it to His Majesty. However, there have been many envoys visiting these days, and each of them has a request. I heard that the letters in Sir Ansatanos' office have piled up into a mountain. Besides, he has to attend classes in Dionysia Academy and is almost overwhelmed. Even if you submit the letter, I'm afraid it will take some time before he can give you a reply." Aukerdin was dumbfounded. In the past, he had negotiated with Dionia during the war. He had gone directly to the barracks to meet the King of Devers. He never thought that it would be so complicated and difficult to meet the King of Devers in Turiai. He did not know how to respond for a while. Seeing that he was silent, the official suddenly said, "In fact, there is another way to solve your problem." "What is it?" Aukerdin asked immediately. During this time, His Majesty saw that there were many diplomatic affairs during the celebration and was worried that Lord Ansatanos would be too busy. So the day before yesterday, he specially arranged for a rotating president of the Senate to help him temporarily manage the diplomatic affairs. You can look for him directly. Maybe he will bring you to meet His Majesty. Look for him directly? Don't I need to submit a letter first, and then get his consent? Aukerdin was a little confused. Other emissaries may not be able to, but you might be able to, because you are Carthage's man, the official said with a meaningful smile. Aukerdin's heart skipped a beat, and he asked with a trembling voice, "What is the name of the rotating president?" Ha ha ha. As expected, Aukerdin smiled bitterly, and his heart felt like it had been overturned. He could not tell what he was feeling. Early in the morning, at the King of Devers's mansion, the Devers walked into the dining room after their morning exercise, only to find Kristoya and Agnes there. Where are the children? They hurriedly finished their breakfast and went to see the elephants. Eunice and Bryant have always liked to join in on the fun. But this is the first time I've seen the usually calm Apox so eager, Kristoya complained. As long as the children are happy, it means that my decision to bring these elephants up the mountain was the right one, the Devers said as they sat at the dining table. Agnes immediately served him a bowl of hot oatmeal and said with a smile, "Yesterday evening, Olivia dragged me to see the elephants. She was very excited when we came back and insisted on sleeping with me. She even talked excitedly for a long time. This is the first time I've seen her talk so much." Chapter 11:11. To be honest, the gods' creations are truly wonderful. Look at those two elephants. They're so huge and mighty, but they're very docile, especially that little one. Her little trunk tugs on the mother elephant's tail and refuses to let go. The mother elephant doesn't get angry, and instead continuously uses her trunk to suck up leaves for the little elephant to eat. This reminds me of Avria when she was young. She's always like that, always sticking close to me, afraid that I'll leave her, Agnes said as she smiled and sighed. Devers looked at Agnes, who was rarely so lively, and said with a smile, "I see that you seem to be infatuated with these elephants." "That's right." Kristoya finally found someone who understood her and complained loudly. "Agnes just told me that she won't be going to the temple of Hera today, and that she's going to stay at home and watch the elephants. She even asked me to accompany her. Tell me, we're almost 50 years old. How can we be like children? Besides, I'm so busy now, where would I find the time to sneak around and watch elephants? In my opinion, let's put everything else aside today and go see the elephants with the children and enjoy the joy of being together as a family," Devers suggested loudly. "All right." Agnes smiled like a flower and immediately clapped her hands in agreement. Kristoya frowned slightly, and just as she was about to object, Devers gently pressed down on her hand and said softly, "You're busy every day. Let yourself relax today." Devers's concerned gaze softened Kristoya's heart. "All right, we'll stay at home with the children today and won't go anywhere. But it's not a good idea to place the elephants next to the mansion. Although they look docile, they're still so big, and if they go berserk one day, they'll be a danger to us. Also, these elephants are rare animals that the people of the kingdom have never seen before. After they were transported to the mountains yesterday, many people wanted to come in and see them, including some elders. This morning, the children even let their friends pass through the sentry post and come up the mountain to see the elephants. In the long run, it'll be difficult to ensure the safety of this place. I've already considered this matter," Devers said unhurriedly. "Kristoya, we'll have another business deal coming up." "What is it?" Kristoya immediately perked up. "Build a zoo." "Zoo. We've heard stories of Heraclea strangling a Nemean lion since we were young, but have you ever seen a real lion?" The two sisters shook their heads. In fact, in this era, there were still prides of lions in the interior of Asia Minor and the two rivers, but Miletus was a coastal city-state, and Greek women were not allowed to travel far, so Christos had no chance to see them. "We've heard of the story of Apollo shooting the python to death. You may have seen snakes, but have you seen a real python?" The two shook their heads again. "We've all heard that there are hippos and crocodiles in the Nile River in Egypt, but what do hippos and crocodiles look like?" There were probably not many people who had actually seen Dionia. Devers tapped his fingers on the table and said confidently, "Then why don't we build a zoo? Keep these strange animals in a zoo. Let them live in a fixed area of the park and create a suitable living environment for them. Do you think the public will come to see them?" "Of course there will," Agnes immediately replied. Just an elephant is enough to make the people so crazy. When I came back yesterday, I heard the captain of the palace guards at the foot of the mountain complaining that the people wanted to force their way in to see the elephant and almost got into a fight with them. Kristoya had been in business for many years and immediately understood the meaning of Devers's words. She asked uncertainly, "You mean just like when football and football games are held in the arena and people are charged tickets to watch the games?" "That's right." Devers secretly praised his wife's quick thinking and continued to explain. "After all, it takes money to raise these animals, and a large number of people are needed to maintain the whole zoo. The money collected through tickets can make up for these costs. As for where the rare animals in the zoo will come from, we don't have to worry at all. The city-states and forces that are on good terms with Dionia, or want to be on good terms with Dionia, will take the initiative to send them to me after they know that I'm building a zoo and collecting rare animals, in order to strengthen our friendship. With the expansion of the kingdom's territory, our zoo will only grow bigger and house more and more rare animals. At that time, tourists will not only be able to eat delicious food, watch competitions, soak in hot springs, and enjoy celebrations. They will also be able to see the zoo. Whether it is the common people, school students, or academics, they will not have to risk their lives to travel far, and they will be able to understand and study most of the rare animals in the world. This is a very fortunate thing. At the same time, we will let them know how great God is. He not only created us humans, but also so many wonderful animals. We are not alone." Devers spoke eloquently about the future of the zoo, but his heart was filled with emotion. When he heard from Ansatanos that the Mauritanian emissary delegation had sent a few elephants, his first reaction at that time was that these must be the legendary North African elephant, a branch of the African elephant. Petrus had defeated the Roman army several times with it, and Hannibal had also incorporated it into the army to pose a threat to the Roman people. Unfortunately, it had become extinct during the era of Rome, not because of war, but because of the gladiatorial games that the people of Rome were passionate about. The people of Rome captured all kinds of beasts from all over the Mediterranean, and then transported them to the Colosseum for the gladiators to kill. They earned money, and at the same time excited the audience. Devers had read an article in his previous life about a Roman emperor who held a grand gladiatorial game to entertain the people of Rome. During the whole gladiatorial game, thousands of beasts were killed. During the continuous killing by the people of Rome, not to mention the North African elephant, there were no more lions, leopards, and other beasts in the entire Mediterranean region. If it were not for the fact that the Sahara Desert was difficult to cross, which allowed the animals south of the desert to survive, modern people in his previous life would probably only know about African elephants, lions, and other beasts in the literature. It could be said that the Westerners in his previous life had pursued a crazy way of survival from ancient times to the present. In this life, Devers wanted to change them. Then he would start by cultivating the good habits of children and animals in the zoo. Akhradin asked the official of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Dionia to submit his request to see the king, but there was no news for 2 days. Seeing that the celebration was about to begin, he became anxious and had to listen to another idea given by the official of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. During the celebration, not only did many foreign envoys and distinguished guests come to Turiai, but the governors and important officials of various towns would also try to find time to come back to participate in the celebration. At the same time, visits to the important ministers of the kingdom would also become more frequent. Generally speaking, the residences of the 5 rotating presidents and the ministers of various ministries would become crowded. Logically speaking, Hacker's residence would be even more so. Since the 2 brothers came to Turiai last year, Hasdrubal immediately became the commander of the army and soon went north to take up his post. Hacker, on the other hand, became the official rotating president of the Senate. Even though he was still recovering from his illness, Devers could not wait to let him take charge of some government affairs so that he could quickly familiarize himself with the kingdom's political system. In addition, another important member of the Maganid family, Dido, had become a princess and even gave birth to 2 little princes. The Maganid family was a hot topic in the kingdom's political scene. One could imagine that the number of officials who visited them should be like a school of carps in the river, but in reality, there were very few visitors. This was because Hacker had publicly announced he is sick and weak and needs to rest, so he does not welcome officials to visit his home. On top of that, Herpes even endorsed him. At first, the officials of the kingdom were skeptical, but since the few Phoenician senators visited and were rejected, they finally confirmed that what Hacker said was true. After Aukradin arrived in Turiai, he deliberately learned about the situation in this area. Coupled with the many years of enmity between the Maganid family and the Hanoverian faction, he had always been hesitant. But now he had no choice but to brace himself and pay a visit, but he did not expect to receive approval. Of course, this former noble of Carthage, now an important minister of the kingdom of Dionia, received guests from his hometown in a very special way, to soak in a bath. Baths were invented by the people of Dionia, but after the two countries first signed a peace treaty more than 10 years ago, they were quickly introduced to Carthage. The Therme Hot Springs was a place that the people of Carthage loved to visit, but of course it now belonged to the kingdom of Dionia. Although Aukradin was surprised by this request, he was already surprised that Hacker was willing to give his opinion, so he did not dare to refuse. The bathroom in Hacker's house was built strictly according to the traditional layout of Dionia's bathrooms. When Aukradin finished the first procedure and walked into the hot spring, Hacker was already sitting in the pool. Aukradin had never seen Hacker before, but he had long heard that Hamilco, the head of the Maganid family, had a very intelligent second son. Unfortunately, he was born with a disease, and the doctor who had treated him had diagnosed that the child would not live past the age of 20. But now, although Hacker was slightly thin and weak, his face was ruddy and his eyes were bright. He did not look like someone who was about to enter the grave. Hacker looked at him and said in a calm tone, "After I came to Turiai, the doctors of Dionia suggested that people like me, who cannot do strenuous exercise, should soak in bathrooms more often. It is good for my health. I followed the advice and soak in baths every day. When you came, I was in the middle of a bath, so I invited you here to meet me." Chapter 11:12. Initially, Oakden was prepared to be teased, but he did not expect Haka to explain himself. This gave him a little more confidence in today's meeting, so he smiled and said, "Even the people of Carthage almost all admit that Dionia's medical skills are the best in the entire Western Mediterranean. So, the suggestion they gave you is naturally correct. You look very healthy now. Dionia is better than Carthage in many ways, not just in terms of medical skills." Haka's tone was still calm. "But for all of you, it's best to hope that I can live a few more years, because it will be good for Carthage." Haka's words made Oakden feel refreshed. He seemed to feel that Haka was expressing goodwill to Carthage. "Please sit down, Master Oakden." Haka pointed to the other side of the hot pool and said, "There's another reason why I asked you to meet me in the bathroom. The tourists believe that it's best to talk while soaking in a bath, because both parties are honest with each other and there's nothing to hide." Oakden nodded. Without any hesitation, he stepped into the pool and sat on the stone bench in the pool. A glass of wine. This is the best wine produced by the Orifice family of Taurus. There's not much of it, and you can't usually buy it in the market. These few cans of wine were given to me by His Majesty. He said that drinking some while soaking in a bath is good for one's health. Oakden wanted to refuse, but after hearing what Haka said, he changed his mind. "Then I'll have a glass." The servant standing by the pool poured him a glass of wine. After Oakden took it, he took a small sip and felt that it was sweet and sour. He could not help but sigh and say, "To be able to soak in comfortable water every day and drink such good wine, such a life is so comfortable. Master Haka, I really envy you." Haka said calmly, "The people of Carthage can also enjoy such a life. It's just that you are still clinging to the past and are unable to accept reality." Haka's words were a little vague, and Oakden could not accurately grasp what he meant. So he asked tentatively, You mean? Haka did not answer directly. Instead, he asked, I know that the nobles of Carthage have also developed the habit of soaking in a bath over the past 10 years. But what do you think is the difference between Dionia and Carthage when it comes to bathing? Although he did not know why Haka was asking this, Oakton thought about it seriously and answered, The people of Carthage have removed the tedious steps before taking a bath. We just soak in a hot pool, then massage and shave. In fact, the steps that Carthage people have removed are exactly why the people invented the bath. The people of Dionia people invented the bath. They believe that bathing is a good exercise, while Carthage people see it as. Without waiting for Oakleton to respond, Hacker scooped up another handful of water and asked, Do you know where this water came from? Do you know how this water came to be? If he was in Carthage, Oakton would definitely say so. But here he felt that it was not so simple, so he answered bluntly, I don't know. It flowed into my house. Haka's answer surprised Oakton. The city hall of Turin specially built a pool in your house? According to Oakton's understanding, the Dionians built high bridges to divert water from the rivers into the city. They built ponds in the important areas of the city that covered a large area, and then built sealed waterways to supply the water to the people of the city. It's not a pool. It's a hollow pipe as thick as the shaft of a spear made by the Ministry of Construction of Dionia in conjunction with the ironware merchants. It's connected directly to the water tower and then buried under the ground, all the way to the kitchen of my house. His Majesty the Devers named it the water pipe. The servants don't need to go to the nearby pool to get water. They just need to turn on the switch of the water pipe, and the water will flow out naturally. Haka explained proudly. Oakton was amazed, but he also realized this water pipe uses copper as the main material, so the cost of copper and the cost should not be a small amount, right? It is indeed a large amount, but the cost is paid by the residents who apply for the installation of the water pipe, and the water fee has to be paid monthly. The water in the public pool is free. This is because the Waterway Administration has also designed a device that can calculate the water consumption of the residents. Even though the cost is not low, many people have heard of the news and applied for the installation of the water pipe. However, it has only just been put into operation, and it consumes a lot of copper, so it is only being installed in the inner city for now. Someone once suggested, change to cheaper and more abundant lead to make the water pipe. As you know, there are a lot of lead mines in Corsica and the southern part of Iberia that Dionia has just acquired. However, His Majesty severely criticized this proposal, saying that when lead is dissolved in water, it is very harmful to the human body. Now the ironware merchants are rushing to research cheaper and more durable materials to make water pipes, such as using tin as the main raw material, because once the research is successful, they can earn a lot of profit just from the patent fees alone. Perhaps in a few years, you can see water pipes in the homes of the rich citizens of other towns in the kingdom of Dionia. When Hacker finished speaking, he saw that Oakton was listening attentively, so his expression gradually became serious. He said in a low voice, because of the glory of Carthage in the western Mediterranean in the past, the people of Carthage have always been proud to think that their mother state is the best country in the western Mediterranean, and that they have the best culture in the western Mediterranean. Even other races are barbarians in the eyes of the people of Carthage. I used to have this kind of pride when I was in Iberia, but after coming to Turin and staying here for more than a year, the pride in my heart has disappeared. Although Dionia is a new kingdom, it is much better than Carthage. I believe that when you enter the estuary of the Kratai River, everything you see will make you think the same. Just the city of Turin is already much stronger than Carthage, not to mention the kingdom of Dionia. Crotone, Catanae, Rome, Syracuse. These big cities are not inferior to Carthage in terms of strength, but they are not Utica. Although Utica is an important ally of Carthage, it may not listen to the orders of the Senate of Carthage at critical moments for its own interests. However, all the towns in the kingdom of Dionia are under the direct jurisdiction of His Majesty the King and the Senate. When war breaks out, they can concentrate all their manpower and financial resources to fight the enemy with all their might. This is the main reason why Dionia was able to defeat Carthage in the Western Mediterranean War. After the defeat in that war, Dionia's national strength skyrocketed day by day, while Carthage was weakened to the point that it may not even be as strong as Cadonai. In such a situation of extreme disparity in strength, you're still stubbornly resisting. We have no intention of fighting against Dionia at all. Aukradin was shocked and quickly defended himself. We just want to live our own lives. But now those lowly eastern Namibians are frequently attacking our territory. If it weren't for the peace treaty signed between Carthage and Dionia, and the fact that the eastern Namibians are Dionia's allies, we would have gathered our army and attacked these abominable Namibian tribes long ago. Hacker sneered. You didn't fight back? No, you have already fought with the Namibians, but you suffered a defeat. That was just a small battle. We wanted to teach the Namibians a lesson and make them retreat. We didn't expect them to send so many warriors. Aukradin defended himself. If that's the case, Hacker opened his arms and held the edge of the pool. He said calmly, I can suggest to His Majesty that you choose to ignore the Namibians when you attack them. Aukradin did not expect such an answer from Hacker and was momentarily speechless. Hacker took advantage of the situation and said, You see, I just said that the current Carthage people are unwilling to accept reality. You are an obvious example. With the current strength of the Carthage, can they defeat the eastern Namibians? Now, the Namibians have gotten rid of their fear of the people of Carthage. Although they still have their own way of doing things, they can still reach an agreement on the matter of fighting against the people of Carthage. In addition, they can now obtain better weapons and armor from Dionia. If Carthage gathers the strength of the Phoenician alliance and goes all out in a battle, they may be able to win. But I believe that the casualties will not be small. The problem is, can Carthage still command the Phoenician cities on the Afrikaans like before? Aukradin was about to say yes. But when he saw Hacker's half-smiling face, he swallowed his words and looked slightly embarrassed. Yes, the Phoenician alliance is no longer as tightly united around Carthage as before the war. As time passes, anyone with a discerning eye can see that Carthage is weakening day by day, and the kingdom of Dionia, with its vast territory and large population, has become a powerful existence that no race or city living in the Western Mediterranean can avoid. Especially the Phoenician cities east of the Robin Peninsula, they rarely listen to Carthage's orders. Instead, they frequently send messengers to Hadrumetum. It is said that it is to allow their merchants to more easily enter the vast market of the kingdom of Dionia. Hadrumetum is like a poisonous needle that has been stuck in the body of the Carthage alliance, and it has begun to unleash its destructive power. Let me tell you the truth. Hacker splashed the water on his chest and gently rubbed it. Then he slowly immersed his body in the water. I was the one who suggested to His Majesty, divers, to order the eastern Namibians to invade what little land you have left inland. Chapter 11:13. When Oakley heard this, he was first shocked, then angry. He could not help but yell, Why are you doing this? Even if there is a grudge between the Maganid clan and Lord Hanno, you are a Carthage. You still have the blood of the Queen of Dido that Carthage established. How can you do something that threatens the survival of all Carthage? Did you come here just to teach me a lesson? Although Hacker's voice was soft, it was like a cold breeze that sent chills down Oakley's spine. It immediately drove away the dissatisfaction in his heart, and he quickly regained his composure. Lord Hacker, even if you are now working for Dionia, you are still a Carthage man. I hope you can stop letting the eastern Namibians keep invading Carthage's territory and give your compatriots a chance to live. Oakley lowered his stance and spoke in a very sincere tone. I'm doing this to give my compatriots a chance to live. Hacker put away his lazy expression and said with a serious face, If Carthage continues to fight against Dionia in the dark, it will not do Carthage any good. In a few years, you will find that Carthage is completely isolated in the entire western Mediterranean. Even the Phoenician allies, who were once closest to you, will leave you one by one. Ever since we signed the peace treaty with Dionia, our Carthage has been adapting to the new order in the past few years. We have been busy restoring our trade. We have never had the thought of secretly fighting against Dionia, nor have we taken any hostile actions. I don't know why Lord Hacker would say that. On the contrary, Dionia incited the eastern Namibians to invade Carthage. That is a violation of the agreement. Is Dionia going to tear up the good image of keeping its promises that it has always flaunted and declare war on Carthage again? Oakley said with a look of indignation. Hacker looked at him coldly and spat out a word softly, Masalai tribe. The voice immediately pierced through Ockerdon's fake anger. He wanted to defend himself again, but Hacker continued. Do you need me to recite the entire contents of the secret negotiation between Carthage and the Masalai tribe? Ockerdon was immediately discouraged, and he was even more alarmed at the fact that Carthage was under such terrifying surveillance by Dionia. Judging from the conspiracy between the Carthage and the Masalai tribe, it can be seen that the Carthage Senate still has some illusions. But I believe that you who have witnessed the prosperity of the great city of Turiai will know that even if the Masalai tribe gets your help and really unifies the tribes of western Namibia, it will only be a small problem for the powerful kingdom of Dionia. We can easily dispatch 2 or 3 legions to completely pacify them, but for the Carthage, this will be a disaster related to the survival of the city-state. So the kingdom has let the eastern Namibians attack Carthage to make you realize how weak Carthage is now. Hacker gestured to the servant to pour him a little wine, and then slowly swirled the wine glass in one hand. His expression became serious. I'm a Carthage, and I know my compatriots very well. Most of them prefer to do business rather than wage war, prefer to enjoy life rather than suffer on the battlefield, and are more afraid of death. So even when Carthage was at its most prosperous, it could never defeat the Greeks of Sicily. It's because the Carthage people are not a people who like to fight. They lack courage and tenacity. In the past, you could still get the Namibians and mercenaries to fight for you, but now that you have no one to rely on, I think the elders of Carthage should extinguish any remaining ambition in their hearts and let the people do what they want to do. For example, in the past, the people of Carthage did not like to bathe very much. Ever since the people of Dionia invented baths, the people of Carthage began to like bathing. Another example is that in the past, the people of Carthage did not like to go inland to do business because the transportation was very inconvenient. But since the people of Dionia built wide and flat roads, the merchants of Carthage frequently went deep into the mountains of Bruttii, Lucania, and other places to gain trade profits. Also, like the water pipes that I just mentioned to you, as long as it is put into use in the ordinary urban areas of the kingdom, I can guarantee that it will not take long for the people of Carthage to figure out how to make it so that they can enjoy clean water without going out. There are many examples like this. You see, although the people of Carthage say that they hate Dionia on the surface, in fact, they are always paying attention to the new things created by Dionia and enjoy the huge trade system created by Dionia. So why not let the people of Carthage completely integrate into the system? In this way, the safety of Carthage will be completely guaranteed, and the people will enjoy everything that Dionia has built with peace of mind. I believe that with the ability of the people of Carthage, in a few years, they will become richer than before. Ockerdon was silent. Hacker did not say anything else, but used his hand to gently stroke the warm pool water. After a while, Ockerdon asked in a low voice, "You mean to let Carthage and Dionia form a true alliance?" With the current strength of Carthage, it is impossible to establish an alliance equal to the status of Dionia. It can only become an ally of Dionia, Hacker said bluntly. Of course, I suggest that it is best for Carthage to become a free city of the kingdom of Dionia, just like Tarentum. You should know how comfortable the people of Tarentum are now. Ockerdon's face turned a little ugly, but he suppressed his anger and did not let it rise again. Hacker said leisurely, "I know that you can't make the decision on this matter. In the end, it is still up to the Senate to make the decision. But I hope that you can make the decision as soon as possible, because the evidence of your collusion with the Marsili tribe is conclusive. Once the Marsili people stir up trouble in western Namibia, the messengers of Dionia will go to Carthage and question you for breaking the peace agreement. At the same time, the 3 legions of Sicily will quickly assemble, ready to land in Africa at any time. By then, the situation of Carthage will not be as relaxed as it is now. Aukerdin's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly said, "Master Hacker, we do have some verbal agreements with the Marsili tribe, but that is only for the eastern Namibians," Hacker rudely interrupted him. "Let's end the discussion on this matter here. You go back and think about what choice Carthage should make, and let those stupid senators think about it. Now, let's talk about another matter, which is also another matter that you came to Turii to discuss with His Majesty. Don't you find it strange? A few years ago, the precious metals transported from Iberia by Dionia ships were sold to all the merchants in Carthage. But since last year, they only sold to merchants belonging to the neutral faction." Aukerdin looked at the strange smile on the young man's face, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. He said in surprise, "Could it be you?" "Yes, this is also my suggestion to His Majesty." Hacker said casually and turned to look at his servant. "The water temperature is a little low. Let them heat it up a little more." "Master, but your body. I feel good today. It's okay if the water temperature is a little higher." The servant looked at Aukerdin, who was a little worried, but he did not dare to disobey Hacker's orders, so he quickly ran to the wooden door and gave orders to the slaves waiting outside. Of course, Aukerdin could not suddenly attack, but his eyes were full of caution as he looked at Hacker, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. This sickly-looking young man was so terrifying, and every measure he took against Carthage was a heavy blow to Carthage's weak spot. Hacker slowly took a sip of wine, and then looked at the bright red wine left in the wooden cup. His eyes became solemn and distant, and he murmured, "When I was 5 years old, I learned from others why I was different from other children. It was because I might die in a few years. When I was 9, my father returned from Sicily in defeat. He was depressed all day, and often because he heard people ridiculing him, he locked himself in his room. In the end, he killed himself. When I was 13, I followed my brother to Iberia, a strange and barbaric place. Uncle Mago told me, this is to obtain a bright future for the Maganid family. But I actually understood that it was because my uncle lost in the power struggle in Carthage and had to find a way out for himself. When I was 27, the people of Carthage, because the army in Sicily was completely wiped out, were instigated by some people to attack the elders of the Maganid faction. They could not survive in the city and could only flee to Iberia with their families. But Dido and I decided to find a way out for ourselves after experiencing so many things. I understood the principle that if you did something wrong, you would be punished by the gods, and you would have to pay a heavy price for it. The Maganid family's current situation was the result of constantly paying back the debt. But Hacker's gaze was like a knife piercing into Aukerdin, and his voice was cold. What role did the Hanoverian faction play in that war? The generals you strongly recommended, Montenegro, Anubis, and the others, were all incompetent people. Their repeated failures not only consumed a large amount of Carthage's war resources, but also frequently attacked the confidence of the people of Carthage. When my uncle and brother were fighting with all their might in Sicily, not only did you not provide them with full support, but you used all kinds of means to reduce their support and slander their achievements. If I didn't know that you were born and raised in Carthage, I'm afraid I would have suspected that you were planted by Dionia. Chapter 11:14. Hearing this, Aukerdin immediately wanted to refute, but Hacker raised his voice again and said sternly, "Now the Maganid family has already paid a heavy price for that war, but has the Hanoverian faction been punished? At least not yet. Especially after Esseruba's death, the Hanoverian faction has completely taken control of the Senate, and many of the neutral senators had no choice but to switch to you. Just 2 years ago, you actually called that person the Great Hanno. What a ridiculous thing to do. The main culprit who caused the defeat of the war, the sinner who caused the once powerful Carthage to become an ordinary city-state that has to rely on others to live, has the cheek to call himself the Great. Hacker let out a contemptuous laugh, and Aucredon remained silent. Hacker looked at him and said in a low voice, "It seems that you still have a problem with Hanno's shameless actions. Now that God has given me the right to punish those who have done wrong, I've said it before that you are lucky to have met me. If my brother Hasdrubal was here, he would have killed all the senators of Carthage to vent his anger over his defeat. If Dido was here, she would have always believed that the death of her father, Maganid, and all the people of Carthage could not escape responsibility. She would have wanted everyone to be punished." At this point, Hacker intentionally paused for a moment. When Aucredon heard this, he was indeed worried. He did not think that Hacker was trying to scare him. Dido and Hasdrubal were both important members of the Maganid family, and Aucredon naturally had a deep understanding of them. The possibility that they would take revenge on Carthage was indeed in line with their personalities. Even if they were not in Thurii now, one of them had become the commander of the Legion of Dionysia and regained her military power, while the other was the only princess of the royal family of Dionia. She had even given birth to 2 little princes, so naturally, she would be loved by the royal family. If they continued to hate Carthage, it would indeed be a terrifying thing. "As for me," Hacker said firmly, "I only ask that the Senate of Carthage expel the leaders of the Hanoverian faction, like Hanno, Tepinlaco, and the rest of their families from Carthage. I want them to suffer the pain that we suffered back then. Then, I can guarantee that the grudge between us and the people of Carthage will be written off. By the way, this does not include you, because His Majesty thinks that you are a good person." Aucredon was not happy that he could escape punishment. Instead, he said solemnly, "I'm sorry, but the Senate of Carthage will not expel a few prestigious senators just because of your threats. They will." Hacker said confidently, "When the people of Carthage find out that the attacks of the eastern Namibians are getting more frequent, and that the merchants of Carthage cannot enter the territory of the kingdom of Dionia and its allies to trade, and when they know that all this is caused by the Hanoverian faction, do you think they will collectively protest to the Senate and expel these black sheep? Just like how they collectively protested against the Maganid family back then." Although the water was getting hotter, Aucredon's heart was getting colder and colder. He put on a brave front and made a final struggle. You are violating the peace treaty." "I am not violating it." Hacker looked at him with a straight face. "As long as Carthage expel Hanno and the others and join the kingdom of Dionia, I can guarantee you that the people of Carthage will live a better life in the future. And this is what our family hopes to see." As one of the senators of the Carthage Senate, who was good at diplomacy, this was the first time Aucredon felt so powerless. Everything was out of his control, and this made him very nervous. He lowered his head and looked at the steaming water in front of him, and said in a low voice, "After I meet the King of Devers, I will consider your suggestions." Hacker chuckled. "Master Aucredon, don't you understand? His Majesty will not meet you at all. He has given me full authority to deal with the foreign affairs of Carthage." Aucredon's body trembled. Once again, he looked at Hacker with despair in his eyes. But more than that, there was a pleading look in his eyes. He opened his mouth with difficulty, but no words came out. Hacker showed a sympathetic look and said softly, "I know it is very difficult for you to make these decisions, but no matter how difficult it is, in order for the people of Carthage to live better, and for your family to continue living in the land you are familiar with, you must make a decision as soon as possible. Time waits for no man. Once September is over, the north wind that represents the arrival of winter will blow." Aucredon's heart instantly turned cold. Seeing Aucredon leave in a daze, Hacker felt an indescribable sense of joy in his heart. He poured himself another glass of wine, raised it high, and said sincerely, "Thank you, His Majesty, for giving me a chance to take revenge." After saying that, he drank it in one gulp. For the next 2 days, Aucredon was still trying hard to get an opportunity to meet the King of Devers through various channels, but without a doubt he had failed. Although the celebration was about to begin, he was not in the mood to continue staying in Turin. He anxiously returned to Carthage by ship and began to secretly discuss countermeasures with people. On September 9th, the Hades celebration began. People from various towns and cities of the kingdom crowded on both sides of the main road in Turin, giving flowers and cheers to the soldiers who were marching from the military camp in the north to the Victory Square for inspection. They were outstanding soldiers and team officers who had been selected from various legions, fleets, and cavalry, and had participated in many battles. They proudly held the military flags of their legions, brigades, and companies as they passed through the 3 triumphal arches of Turin. The triumphal arches were engraved with the most important battle scenes of the Crotone War, the Southern Italian War, and the Western Mediterranean War. They represented the 3 most crucial moments of Daionia since its establishment: the War of Alliance, the War of Founding, and the War of becoming a powerful nation. The procession of legions of soldiers passed through them one after another, which meant that it was this powerful army formed by the citizens that enabled Daionia to rise from a weak state to a strong one and finally become a powerful kingdom. Behind the army was a procession of people from more than a dozen regions of the kingdom. Compared to the orderly procession of soldiers, the procession was very loose, but it was more lively. They excitedly interacted with the people on the streets, which made the atmosphere of the celebration more lively and joyful. The procession of people in the game fluttered in the wind, and the cheers were endless as they walked into the Victory Square. On the podium in front of the Senate's Grand Hall, Devers led the important ministers and senators of the kingdom. They were dressed in splendid attire and stood upright, smiling as they watched the procession pass by the podium. On both sides of the podium, the invited allies, envoys, and distinguished guests witnessed the unprecedented grand celebration with different expressions. Some were genuinely happy for Daionia, such as the Walshes and the Hernesii. Some were glad that they could join the Daionia alliance in time, such as the Etruscans and the Simonians. Some were worried and fearful, such as the Ciancini. After all, when the entire procession filled the Victory Square, along with the equally dense crowds of spectators around the square, the inner city of Turi had become a sea of people. There were at least 70,000 to 80,000 people, which was more than the population of a city-state and equal to the population of a major race. And this was just a drop in the ocean of the huge population of the kingdom of Daionia. The crowd in the square was so loud that it was suffocating. But when the Devers walked to the podium, the square quickly regained its tranquility. Only the voices of the Devers and the announcer echoed in the square. Citizens of the kingdom of Daionia, today we are gathered here to celebrate God Hades. Ever since the establishment of Daionia, we have encountered many difficulties and setbacks over the past 20 years. But under the protection of God Hades, we have overcome one obstacle after another through our united efforts. Today, we can puff out our chests and announce to the world that Daionia has become a powerful kingdom. Not only are we not afraid of any enemy's challenge, but we will also provide support and protection to any country or force that wishes to be on good terms with us. God Hades is very satisfied with all the achievements of Daionia. He has issued an oracle. Not only will he continue to protect the people of the kingdom, but he will also allow the name of the kingdom of Daionia to be crowned with the holy name. Any enemy who dares to offend the kingdom is equivalent to directly violating the territory of the great God and will be punished and cursed by him. Citizens, thank the great Hades. Cheer for the holy kingdom of Daionia. As soon as the Devers' voice trailed off, a tsunami of cheers erupted inside and outside the square. Long live the merciful Hades! Long live the holy kingdom of Daionia! Every citizen who was cheering with their arms raised was filled with fanaticism. From then on, they firmly believed that they were born and died. They were no longer afraid of any hardships and difficulties, because they were already the people of the great God on earth. In the fanatical atmosphere, the inspectors who maintained order began to arrange for the procession to gradually leave the square. Then, a large-scale theatrical performance began. The birth of Pluto, the founding of Daionia, One after another, traditional plays of the kingdom were performed in the square. The actors in the square performed very hard, and the audience outside the square was also extremely focused, bursting into applause and cheers from time to time. When the last play, the battle in Sicily, came to an end, the sun had already risen to the middle of the sky. Chapter 11:15. At that moment, a familiar bell rang from the northwest. It rang 9 times in a row, followed by another 9 rings after a short interval. The spectators at the side of the square turned their heads to the north and were pleasantly surprised to see a huge golden statue standing on the hill of the gods. It was incomparably dazzling under the sunlight. Oh, that's the statue of Hades. The rumor is true. The kingdom has really built a statue of Hades that is comparable to the statue of Athens in Athens. Even though the sunlight reflected off the statue was so dazzling, the people still opened their eyes wide and focused their reverent gazes on the hill. Their faces were filled with excitement and fanaticism. Soon, they discovered that not only did the statue bring them joy, but the newly rebuilt temple in front of them was just as delightful. Not only was it taller, wider, and more magnificent than before, but the triangular fascia painted on the top of the temple was more colorful and colorful. It was even sparkling like the stars in the sky. In fact, it was a pioneering work of the craftsmen. They crushed the stained glass made from sea sand and mixed it with the paint to create the effect under the sunlight. The Greeks had always believed that the temple was the home of the gods. The place where the gods lived must be a magnificent building, and the rebuilt temple on the top of the hill was undoubtedly in line with their extreme imagination. Thus, under the command and guidance of the patrol team, the citizens impatiently turned into streams of people and surged towards the hill of heavenly gods. The closer they got to the hill, the more they felt the majesty and size of the statue. However, it did not give off an oppressive feeling. On the contrary, it lowered its head, which made it easy for the people to see its face. The benevolence and compassion it showed made the people want to get closer to it. Not long after, the entire hill was completely surrounded by people, except for the area around the temple at the top of the hill. The people crowded around the perimeter formed by the palace guards. People piled on top of each other, back to back, tiptoed, widened their eyes, and focused their attention on the temple and the giant statue. Some observant people also found the biggest difference between the appearance of the new temple and the other Greek temples. There were many small square windows on the stone wall under the triangular ornament on the roof of the temple, and there was a sculpture in each small window, which looked very strange. However, the people who were standing in the distance and could not see clearly did not know that these were not ordinary sculptures. They were not only the main Greek gods such as Zeus, Hera, and Apollo. There were also the statues of the goddess Amara of the Bruttians, the god Vosani of the Simonians, the statues of Jupiter and Diana of the Romans, and other gods that were revered by the other races in the kingdom. The statues of these gods were erected on the stone walls, surrounding the statue of Hades in the temple, like stars surrounding the moon. The meaning of this was self-evident. Divers was standing in front of the temple with a solemn expression. Beside him was the scepter priest Plazines, who was wearing a pure white robe. Behind him were dozens of priests and saintesses of Hades, who were also wearing white robes. Prienus coughed softly and slowly took 2 steps forward with the help of his cane. As he spoke, the priests also spoke in the same language. Unlike the ordinary voice transmitters, they could speak in a uniform tone and the same emotions, thus producing an amplified resonance. Therefore, although no one shouted hysterically, they could send the words of Prienus to the ears of every person on the hill like a gentle breeze and drizzle. Citizens of Dionia, believers of Hades, today is a day worthy of celebration. We have rebuilt the golden body for the great Hades and rebuilt his residence so that he can live more comfortably in the temple and better protect us. Before the establishment of Dionia, the contributions that Hades had made to the Greek people had been buried. Not only did no one praise his achievements, but they also feared and distanced themselves from him. until his descendants, the Devers, appeared and built a powerful kingdom in just 20 years. They worshipped Hades as the kingdom's patron god. Not only did they make hundreds of people become believers of this great god, but they also made the justice, strictness, dedication, and sacrifice that Hades had been fighting for become the ideals followed by the entire kingdom's people. This made Hades very happy. In order to thank his descendants for the great deeds they had done for him, he passed down an oracle and allowed the king, the Devers, to use his name. As long as the Devers and their descendants continue to worship him and continue to perform their duties on the earth, then he will always protect this family. Anyone who attempts to maliciously invade will be cursed by him forever. At this point, Prienus looked back at the Devers, bent down, and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, the holy Hades king, please put on your crown and accept the congratulations of the believers." The Devers solemnly took the delicate wooden crown made of ebony and fern from the black tray and slowly put it on their heads. The surrounding people once again burst into cheers like a tsunami. "Long live the king, the Devers! Long live the king, the Devers!" Ever since they landed in Greece, seized Thurii, established Ionia, defeated Crotone, ousted Syracuse from the throne of hegemony, reduced Carthage to an ordinary city-state, and established the most powerful kingdom in the history of the Western Mediterranean, the Devers' prestige in the kingdom had reached its peak. Moreover, without Kinigarada, Cornelis, and the others holding them back, not a single elder objected to the important decision of this celebration. This allowed the Devers to easily shroud themselves and their families with a layer of divine light. It was a sunny morning. Maximus was strolling on the streets of the military camp. Rather than calling it a military camp, the soldiers preferred to call it a military city. Compared to the nearby Etrurian towns, it was more like a city. The entire camp was square, with a radius of 1 mile, surrounded by a 5-meter-tall wall made of thick, square bricks. There were also 10-meter-tall towers built every 50 meters on the wall. The ground of the entire city was completely paved with hard stone slabs. This avoided the puddles and muddy ground caused by rain and snow. It also gave the soldiers a sense of security when they walked on the flat and hard road. In this camp, made entirely of stone, they could defend against any powerful enemy. The reason Maximus was here was because after he joined the intelligence department of Dionia last year, he received a new appointment while he was still undergoing training. He was asked to apply as a free citizen to join the mercenary corps that was being formed to head to the border of Etruria. After successfully joining, he had to constantly monitor the corps and report information about it, as well as the situation of the enemies around it. In the beginning, Maximus resisted the order psychologically because he did not want to be far away from his wife and son. He even purposely performed poorly during the interview, hoping to not be selected. However, there were not many free citizens who were literate in the first place, and Maximus was able to write fluent essays in the Dionic language. He was also able to count, and he was a rare talent in the new army. He was recruited on the spot and was immediately given the position of a statistician in the supply camp. Just like that, Maximus became a member of the Etrurian Border Corps. After that, he was gathered together with all the recruited free citizens in the Thurii military camp and trained for 3 months. It was a grueling 3 months, as though it was hell. In order to allow these rookies who lacked military training and had not even participated in battles to become qualified Dionia soldiers as soon as possible, the Ministry of Military Affairs sent out a large number of military trainers to train them with high intensity. Furthermore, logisticians like Maximus had to participate as well. There was a good reason for this. The logisticians of the various corps of Dionia had to participate in battles as support soldiers during critical moments of battle, and the Border Corps was no exception. However, without military skills and familiarity with Dionia's military tactics, how could these logisticians cooperate in battles? That was why they had to train together. Fortunately, the intensity of the logisticians' training was not as high as that of the corps soldiers. Moreover, high-intensity training meant that there was sufficient food supply. Therefore, Maximus would follow the logisticians of the corps from time to purchase food in the city of Thurii. During this period, Maximus's ability to manage money and bargain with merchants was displayed, attracting the attention of the higher-ups of the corps. By the end of the 3-month training, Maximus had been promoted to the chief procurement officer. This was the third most important military position in the corps supply camp, second only to the supply officer and the guard officer. Not long after, more than 8,000 soldiers of the border corps had entered Etruria's borders. By then, after many rounds of discussions between the kingdom and the Etrurian alliance, the division of land for Daionia had been agreed upon. The location of the barracks had also been determined. Through the combined efforts of the engineers sent by the Ministry of Military Affairs and the labors provided by the various Etrurian city-states, the general outline of the barracks had been formed. Maximus followed the corps' headquarters to the barracks not far from Florentia, a city-state in the north of Etruria. Then, the soldiers had to use the construction skills that they had just learned and were still rusty with to complete the barracks. In the arduous process of building the barracks, the recruits would further learn to obey orders, bear hardships, and cooperate with each other. They would completely get rid of the sloppiness of being free citizens and gradually become soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia. Similarly, in the process of building the barracks, Maximus's ability to organize and coordinate was fully displayed. Therefore, a few months later, the Legion's supply officer was transferred back to the Ministry of Military Affairs. Then, the Legion commander directly ordered that Maximus would temporarily take over the role of the supply officer. Chapter 11:16. Since there was no new successor, many soldiers thought that as long as Maximus stayed in this position for another year, when he had enough experience, he would officially be promoted to the position of supply officer. Maximus thought so too, but he knew better. The reason why he was able to become an important military officer of the Kingdom of Daionia within a year from an unknown freed slave with no background, and was likely to become a mid-level officer in the Kingdom of Daionia within a year or two, was related to his ability. But it was more likely that the intelligence department played a role behind the scenes. Regardless, it was beneficial for him to become a citizen of the Kingdom of Daionia. Because of this, he was no longer so upset about joining the intelligence department. There were very few people on the streets of the barracks. Some of them were soldiers who had just finished their shift yesterday, and it was their turn to rest today. They were idling and chatting by the roadside. Some were soldiers who were in charge of cleaning, transporting garbage, feeding livestock, and so on. But no matter who saw Maximus, they would greet him respectfully. "Good morning, Lord Maximus." Of course, Maximus would greet them back politely. The logistics officer had the power to purchase and distribute supplies. He was the life and death officer of the soldiers. During the time that Maximus was in charge, not only was he fair and selfless, but he also improved the supply of supplies and 3 meals a day. So even though he was a free man, he won the respect of the soldiers. Maximus enjoyed this respect because it meant that his ability was recognized by the soldiers. He was no longer as averse to life in the barracks as he was in the beginning. He began to integrate into it. Of course, this was also because, as an officer, he had more holidays in a year, and he could go back to Thurii more often to spend time with his wife and children. Maximus greeted everyone along the way and arrived at the center of the barracks. Other than the barracks headquarters, the most important building here was the granary. In order to preserve food, the engineers of the Ministry of Construction had racked their brains to design the public granary of Daionia. It was a long and narrow 2-story building with few and small windows to prevent food from spoiling due to high temperature or wet rain. However, in order to ensure that the granary was cool and ventilated, there were many air vents around the bottom of the granary. The floor of the granary was laid on top of the air vents. This way, even if rats and other pests entered the room through the air vents, they would not be able to enter the granary through the floor and harm the grain. In order to prevent the walls from cracking due to excessive pressure from the accumulated food or other items in the cabin, there were also buttresses outside the walls of the granary. There were also many large, dry, wooden boxes in the granary, which were used to store the raw materials of the soldiers' staple food, flour. When the soldiers needed to use the flour, they only needed to open the bottom of the wooden box, and the flour would flow out. Thus, the flour was basically in a sealed state, and its shelf life was naturally longer. By the time Maximus arrived at the granary, it was already filled with more than a dozen pack carts, each loaded with sacks of flour. The purchasing supervisor approached him and reported, "Lord Maximus, the Etruscans have sent us 20 tons of flour this time. I've sent 6 tons each to Lucca and Arretium's barracks, leaving 8 tons here." Note: the Etruscan alliance had given the entire northern and northwestern border to Ionia. Based on the terrain and the situation of the Gauls' invasion, the Ministry of Military Affairs had set up military camps near the 3 Etruscan border city-states, Lucca, Florentia, and Arretium. Maximus carefully checked the records and signatures and then frowned. The autumn harvest has just ended, and I've never heard of any of the Etruscan city-states having a bad harvest. They shouldn't have provided us with such a small amount of grain. The Etruscans said the wheat has just been harvested and time is too tight. They don't have enough manpower and they can't grind much flour. If we're willing to grind our own flour, they're willing to provide the wheat directly. The purchasing supervisor said, "But I refused because we're also short on manpower and we don't have enough stone mills." So the Etruscans could only promise to send us the grain after half a month. You've made the right decision. Half a month later, Maximus made some calculations and then said, "Our grain reserves are enough to last for half a month, but you'll have to keep an eye on them at all times and urge the Etruscans to prevent them from delaying." "All right. Our transport ships should be arriving soon, right?" "Should be within the next few days. When we go to Paesi, an Etruscan city-state near Lucca, and it's a coastal town, don't forget to remind them to send more mutton and we'll next time. The winters here are colder, and some of the soldiers suffered frostbite last year. Hopefully, we'll be able to survive this year. I've heard that the prices of cattle and sheep in the livestock market in Turiae have plummeted this year, and that's because the tribes in central Italy have also sent their livestock to Turiae to be sold. There are too many cattle and sheep in the livestock market. I believe that the Ministry of Military Affairs can easily fulfill our request. I've noted it down. Later, when the laborers move the flour in, try to empty half of the granary. Then collect more hay and store it in the granary. Winter is coming, and we need to store more fodder for the livestock and the war horse." "Yes." Maximus instructed the purchasing supervisor as he watched the laborers unload the sacks of flour from the ox carts and carry them into the granary. At the same time, his trusted statistician was also seriously checking if the quantity of flour matched what the purchasing supervisor had said. After the statistician had confirmed it, Maximus did not immediately sign his name on the account book. After the entire loading and unloading process was completed, he would come back to the granary in the afternoon to confirm it. Now he had to take his leave. His next destination was the armory. The supply camp was not only in charge of the food reserves, but also the storage of weapons and equipment. Yesterday, the barracks had sent a company to repel the Gauls who had attacked the Florentia territory. When they returned, it was too late, so he did not have the time to check the damage to the weapons and equipment and the spoils of war. According to Maximus's habit, the verification was usually carried out on the same day. Postponing it to the next day was already a delay in his work. The armory was built not far from the barracks gate. This was for the convenience of the army when they went out to battle. In fact, there were not many weapons and armors in the armory. They had been distributed to the soldiers long ago, and the soldiers would take care of and maintain them themselves. During the break, these armors, shields, spears, daggers, and javelins were placed in the soldiers' dormitories. If they were damaged during non-combat and could not be used, they would even have to pay compensation. This was because these weapons and equipment belonged to the kingdom, unlike the soldiers of the regular army who already owned their own weapons and equipment. The armory mainly stored military supplies such as tents, blankets, shovels, and other consumable weapons such as arrows and javelins. There were also a few armors and weapons. When Maximus rushed to the armory, he learned that the guards of the armory had already sent a batch of javelins and arrows out of the city to the training ground. They had just gone through a battle yesterday, and they still had to go through military training today. This commander from Carthage was always strict with his soldiers. Maximus thought about it and decided to go to the training ground. Most of the barracks in Dionia had their training ground set up in the barracks. The training ground could be changed to a football or rugby field at any time. However, the 3 barracks located at the northern border of Etruria did not have their training ground set up in the barracks. The main reason was that there were not many soldiers stationed in each barracks, and it was not easy to provide reinforcements in a short period of time. In order to facilitate defense, they had to try their best to reduce the area of the barracks. Therefore, military facilities, such as the training ground that occupied a larger area, could only be set up outside the barracks. Knowing that Maximus was going out of the city, his entourage quickly came from the stable to fetch a horse. Maximus got on the horse, and after passing the inspection of the city guards, he left the barracks. The entire area within 50 meters of the barracks was covered by a trench system. From the city wall to the outside, they were divided into deer abatis trenches, shallow trenches, lily bushes, digging deep pits and burying sharp stakes, meat hooks. When Maximus left the city, he caught a glimpse of a squad leader leading the soldiers to place trees with many sharp branches into the shallow trenches. It was because of the existence of these defensive facilities that the barracks had never been disturbed, even though the area was often attacked by the Gauls. After passing through the trap area, it was the civilian area. The family members of the border legion soldiers were not allowed to follow the army. However, after the barracks were built, some Etruscans moved to settle near the barracks because they thought they would be safe with the protection of the Dionia soldiers. In fact, they were rarely attacked by the Gauls. The Senate of Dionia had passed a resolution to allow the Etruscans to settle in the new territory of the northern border of the Kingdom of Dionia. They could rent land and apply to become citizens of Dionia according to the new Immigration Act. Apart from that, there were also some Etruscan merchants who opened shops here to earn money from the border legion soldiers. Pottery shops, blacksmiths, shoemaking shops, cloth shops, and butcher shops were built one after another along the main road. Of course, the most popular among the soldiers was the tavern. The soldiers who participated in the battle yesterday were given a day off today. Some of them applied for leave from the barracks and went to the tavern for a drink. They asked for a can of watered wine, a can of beer with a lot of residue, 1 or 2 plates of stewed chickpeas, a plate of sliced bacon. The cost of the drinks was not worth mentioning to the soldiers, who were paid every month, but it was enough for a squad of soldiers to sit around the table, drink, and chat for half a day. Chapter 11:17. Boris, your performance yesterday was the worst. Our brothers have already started fighting the Gauls, but you are still far behind, affecting the performance of our entire team. Sai, forgive him. It's his first time on the battlefield. It's normal for him to be afraid. I'm not afraid. It's just that the strap of my leather sandal broke. That's a good reason. It really broke. That's also your fault. It's already stipulated in the military law that soldiers must take good care of their equipment. Shoes are also part of the equipment. If you don't check them properly, you can't blame others if something goes wrong during the battle. Fortunately, yesterday's operation was an attack. If it was a retreat, you would have been caught by the enemy and no one would have been able to save you. That's hard to say. Boris might have taken off his shoes and run faster than us during the retreat. All right, let's stop talking. Apart from falling behind at the beginning, Paulus performed very well in the subsequent battles. Brothers, think about our first time on the battlefield. We weren't much better than Boris, so don't blame each other. Remember, our team is a whole. Only by helping each other and fighting side by side like brothers can we defeat our enemies and let ourselves live well. Captain is right. Let's have a toast to celebrate yesterday's victory and the fact that none of us were injured. Cheers! The soldiers shouted and drank the wine in their glasses. The pretty young waitress hurried over to pour them wine. Suna, have you thought about it? Marry me. When I retire, follow me to Turiai. That's the greatest city in the world. One of the soldiers, under the influence of alcohol, said out loud what was on his mind. The other soldiers immediately began to jeer. Although the waitress was a little shy, she had experienced a lot of this since she had always been in public to make a living. She said in a sweet voice, "Captain Nicopolos, I heard that soldiers are not allowed to get married during their service." Of course, Nicopolos was on his soldier's side, so he said seriously, "There is indeed such a rule, but you can get engaged first. I heard that there are already several families in our residential area that are engaged to soldiers in our barracks." "That's right, you can get engaged first." The soldiers at the table cheered loudly. The soldier who said he wanted to get married was laughing foolishly. The waitress wasn't too flustered. She turned her head to look at the kitchen and said, "I can't make the decision for such an important matter. My father has to say it." The tavern owner who was chopping meat in the kitchen had been paying attention to the commotion in the restaurant. He immediately shouted in broken Greek, "No." After that, the sound of the meat cleaver colliding with the chopping board became louder. A soldier laughed and said, "Karates, who told you to hold Suna's hand when you were drunk and offended your future father-in-law?" "When did I hold Suna's hand?" Karates looked confused. "You were drunk. So of course you don't remember. The captain was afraid that you would be locked up, so he told everyone to keep it a secret." Karates saw that he spoke as if he was telling the truth, so he swept his gaze across every teammate, including the captain. Seeing that they all had an expression of "it's true" on their faces, his heart was instantly shocked. In the end, he looked at Suna in embarrassment, but Suna had already hidden in the kitchen. "Suna, this guy actually dared to bully you. Let me teach him a lesson for you." A person at the table next to him stood up and said loudly. It was a soldier from another squad. "This is between me and Suna. It's none of your business. Get lost." "Karates, everyone says that you're the strongest soldier in our squad, but I'm not afraid of you. Let's have a good competition today. Whoever wins, Suna will be his. Come on, don't cry when you get beaten up later." Just as the two soldiers collided with each other and the comrades around them were jeering, the two squad captains quickly stopped them. "Stop it. Do you want to be punished by the military judge?" At the mention of the military judge, the excited mood of the soldiers suddenly felt as if a can of cold water was poured over them. Almost everyone had experience of being punished by him in the military camp for more than a year. So, everyone returned to their seats and quietly drank. Karates, on the other hand, was still a little unwilling. He said angrily, "Kid, let's have a good competition in the next team's football game and see who's better." "Let's have a competition. Who's afraid of who?" The soldier also responded, unwilling to be outdone. After the small disturbance subsided, the tavern was still lively and full of laughter. After the soldiers drank and relaxed here, they would wander the streets of the civilian area and go to various shops to buy some daily necessities they needed. However, they had to rush back to the barracks before sunset to participate in the squad captain's gathering roll call. If they were late, they would inevitably be punished. Whether it was cleaning the toilet, feeding the livestock, boiling water in the bathroom, cleaning the streets, they were all hard and tiring work. So, under normal circumstances, the soldiers would return to camp on time. Most of the construction of the flat and wide stone road that Maximus rode on could be attributed to the soldiers of the Border Legion. Building roads was also part of the Border Legion's military training. In the past year or so, the Legion commander had taken out a lot of time to let the soldiers build this road. For months ago, the road was connected to Florentia. Just last month, another road connected 3 barracks and finally connected to the port city of Pisai. However, the road, which was undoubtedly more than 10 times longer, was completed by tens of thousands of laborers recruited by the Etrurian alliance under the command of the engineers sent by the Ministry of Construction of Dionia. All of this was to better guarantee and strengthen the defense of the border. The training ground was not far from the barracks and was next to the civilian area. It was a vast flat grassland that had been repaired. On one side of the grassland, there were dozens of hard wooden stakes that were taller than a person. Under the supervision and guidance of the team officers, the heavy infantrymen held long shields and bayonets or short swords, and repeatedly practiced stabbing or slashing at the wooden stakes. On the other side of grassland, there were many targets. The infantrymen were practicing with their bows and javelins. In front of the furthest target, a man wearing a helmet with a purple and red striped crown was throwing a javelin. He ran a few steps, roared, and threw with all his might. The javelin flew over 50 meters and penetrated the thick wooden target. Behind him, there were a few other men in the same high-ranking officers' armor cheering loudly. The other soldiers seemed to be used to it, and no one looked at them curiously. Even though Maximus could not see the face of the man throwing the javelin, he knew that it was Hasdrubal, the legion commander of the Border Legion. The legion commander from Carthage always liked to take part in training and set an example, which was why he was respected by the soldiers. Maximus jumped off his horse, adjusted his helmet and chest plate, and walked straight to the training ground for the infantrymen. The armory keeper who was guarding the piles of javelins and arrows saw Maximus and immediately went up to him. "Good morning, Lord Maximus. Did you use up a lot of your weapons after yesterday's battle?" Maximus asked directly. "Not much, Lord Maximus," the keeper replied. The keeper replied, "I heard that there were not many Gauls who attacked Florentia yesterday. Our troops arrived just in time, and the Gauls were still looting the village. So the officers sent the heavy infantry to attack instead of the light infantry. The battle ended quickly, and the soldiers' armor and weapons did not suffer much damage. So far, no one has requested to change their armor and weapons." Maximus nodded and asked, "Did you find anything?" 2 Gauls' helmets, 5 great swords, 14 wooden shields, 25 spears, 19 sets of Gauls' clothing, and they also captured 4 Gauls. The keeper paused and said softly, "Early in the morning the treasurer came. He said, 'We have no use for these things.' He wants to take them all and sell them to the merchants." I said, "I can't make the decision. I have to get your approval, Lord Maximus." In Persia's expeditionary army, there was a person in charge of the treasure in the mercenary army, and this position was retained until the establishment of the Dionia alliance. After the establishment of the kingdom, the logistical support system of the army became more complete, and the soldiers were all citizens of the kingdom. Therefore, there was no longer a treasurer in the army. The spoils of war were handed over to the supply camp for safekeeping, and finally the quartermaster sent by the Ministry of Military Affairs would deal with them or gather merchants to auction off the spoils of war, or transfer part of the spoils of war to the treasury. Some of the money obtained was used to compensate the families of the soldiers who died or were injured in the war. Some was deposited in the treasury of the Ministry of Military Affairs, and some was transferred back to the army as rewards for the soldiers' victory. However, the border army was different. The soldiers were hired and paid every month, and the money came from the treasury. Therefore, there was a special treasurer who was sent by the finance department. There was a debate between the Ministry of Military Affairs and the finance department on who should handle the spoils of war of the border army. In the end, the Devers made the decision and handed it over to the treasurer of the army. The reason why he did this was for safety reasons. After all, the soldiers of the border army were not citizens of Dionia. Handing over the most important property of the soldiers to the finance department could prevent the affairs of the mercenary army from being completely controlled by the Ministry of Military Affairs or the head of the army. Managing the spoils of war was the responsibility of the supply camp officer, but it was assigned to the newly appointed treasurer in the border army. Maximus was a little dissatisfied, but he was just an agent, and he was not a citizen of Dionia, so he could only bury his dissatisfaction in his heart and get along with the treasure on the surface. At this time he said calmly, "I know about this. You did a good job. After we go back to the armory to confirm this batch of spoils of war, you can let the treasurer take them away. But you have to confirm the number and let him sign it." Chapter 11:18. Yes, sir. Maximus, a middle-aged man in a white robe, walked over. Kopanis. When Maximus saw who it was, a smile immediately appeared on his face. "We just had a battle yesterday. Instead of treating the injured soldiers in the medical camp, you came here to stroll around. Aren't you afraid of being criticized by Sir Hasdrubal? There weren't many injured in the battle yesterday, and their injuries weren't serious. 1 doctor and 2 nurses were enough to treat them. I didn't have to treat them myself. I've been bored staying in the medical camp for too long, so I came out for some fresh air and to take care of the training soldiers. Commander Hasdrubal saw me, and even praised me for being responsible," Kopanis said rather proudly. According to the requirements of the Ministry of Military Affairs, the supervisor of the medical camp had to be a doctor who had graduated from Dionia's Academy of Medicine, had worked in medicine for more than 10 years, and had rich experience in emergency treatment. However, because the border legions stayed at the northern border of Etruria for a long time, they were always in danger. Unlike the regular legion, the medical personnel could go home after the war ended, and they were basically not summoned for regular military training. Therefore, the senior doctors of Dionia who had settled down and lived a good life were basically unwilling to take up the position of supervisor of the Border Legion's medical camp. Therefore, the Ministry of Military Affairs had no choice but to lower the requirements for the supervisor of the Border Legion's medical camp, and they were prepared to rotate the position every 6 months. Even so, not many doctors signed up. Kopanis had only been a doctor for 5 years after graduating from the academy, and he was not even 30 years old. The reason he was chosen by the Ministry of Military Affairs was not only because of his decent medical skills, but also because he was willing to work in the Border Legion for a long time. Because of his young age, he would occasionally do something out of line, but because he had led the medical personnel to do many things in the past year, everyone was tolerant of him. Maximus smiled, but did not say anything. Kopanis stopped smiling and said seriously, "I received news from Pisa yesterday. In a few days, a batch of herbs, bandages, and other medical supplies will be sent from Rome. I need a pack to go to Pisa port to collect them." A legion of Dionia usually had a relatively large pack. It had 300 to 500 laborers, 150 to 200 cows, horses, donkeys, and other pack animals, and 80 to 150 carts. It seemed like there were quite a few of them, but every time the army advanced, the supply camps, engineering camps, and medical camps all had large amounts of supplies that needed to be transported. In reality, the transportation capacity was rather tight. Due to the fact that the supply camp took up the majority of the transportation, there were also more transportation tasks, and the supply officer had more management ability than the medical chief and engineering chief. In order to make it easier to manage and command before the Western Mediterranean Sea War, the Ministry of Military Affairs had already made a rule. The army's caravans would be placed under the supply camp, and the supply officer would be in charge of managing it. If the engineering and medical camps needed transportation, the supply officer would have to take care of it. Therefore, Maximus asked directly, "How many medical supplies do you have?" "About a ton." Maybe 2 tons. Kopanis stammered. The medical camp has been here for more than a year, and their supplies have been replenished once, but there are always wounded soldiers. Now, the herbs and bandages are almost used up. How many resources are there? I can't remember, but at least give me a rough number," Maximus said in annoyance. After spending a year with this young man, he knew that this fellow was not sensitive to numbers. This time, Kopanis spoke more fluently. "I heard that there are 2 cargo ships coming." Maximus thought for a moment, then said, "I'll send you 30 carts, but for safety's sake, I'll have to request a company of guards from Lord Hasdrubal." Request from me for what? Hasdrubal had already appeared beside them. Maximus and Kopanes immediately explained the situation to Hasdrubal. Hasdrubal nodded in agreement, then asked, "Maximus, has the military rations that the Etruscans promised us every year arrived?" Maximus immediately explained the situation to him. Hasdrubal immediately frowned. "That won't do. You have to hurry them up and get them to deliver the rations as soon as possible." "Yes, Lord Commander." Maximus replied loudly, then asked in a slightly suspicious tone, "Is there something going on?" Hasdrubal hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to tell them his guess so that they would be on their guard. Autumn is the harvest season, and it's also the time when the natives go on a rampage. According to the Etruscans, the Gauls are usually the most rampant during this time, but this year the Gauls' attacks have lessened, which is a little unusual. These few days, the scouts from the mountain ridge have come back to report that the Gauls who live near us in the mountains to the north have suddenly migrated north. They wanted to go further north to investigate, but the Gauls have increased their vigilance and manpower there, resulting in the deaths of a few scouts. They did not get any more information, but the situation is so unusual that I'm afraid it's not a good thing. We have to be vigilant and prepare our defenses. After chatting with his two subordinates for a while, Hasdrubal ran to the heavy infantry to lead the soldiers in training. "Lord Hasdrubal, you're thinking too much. Maybe it's because our presence has made the Gauls feel that the price of looting here is too high, so they've moved to another place," Kopanes said disapprovingly. Maximus looked at him and said seriously, "If that's the case, the Gauls won't be the most terrifying enemy in the eyes of the races in northern Italy. Hurry up and bring your supplies back. We might be busy from now on." As a citizen of Rome who had personally experienced the Gauls conquering his homeland, Maximus knew how terrifying the Gauls were. Even though he hoped that Hasdrubal's intuition was wrong, his rationality told him that he could not be too wary of the Gauls. It was almost dusk when Hasdrubal gathered his troops and returned to the barracks under the afterglow of the setting sun. The first thing the soldiers did when they returned to the barracks was not to eat dinner, but to take a shower. When the engineers chose a site for the barracks of the Border Corps, they specifically chose a place beside a river. When they built the barracks, they even buried a clay pipe between the barracks and the river, so that the water from the river could be drawn directly into the barracks. Part of the water could be used for drinking and the other for bathing. The commander's residence was located next to the central command of the barracks. It was rather large and had its own kitchen, dining hall, master bedroom, secondary bedroom, servants' quarters, stables, and a small private bathroom. It could be said to be quite luxurious, mainly because the Ministry of Military Affairs allowed the family of the commander to follow the army, so there would inevitably be some servants. But in fact, Hasdrubal had stayed here for more than a year, and had never allowed his wife and children to stay in the barracks for a period of time. Usually, only 2 servants took care of his daily needs, and even his meals were mostly eaten in the collective dining hall. To make sure that the residence was not wasted, he even allowed his adjutant and a few high-ranking officers to stay in the barracks. From time to time, he would go hunting in the mountains, and if he hunted a lot of game, he would hold a small banquet in the residence, inviting his subordinates and mid-ranking officers to attend. But today, there were only 2 people in the dining hall of the residence, Hasdrubal and his adjutant, Kisego. Even though Kisego was a member of the Maganid family and had once led an army of tens of thousands in battle, it was not an easy task to become the adjutant of the Legion of Dionysia. According to military law, the adjutant of a legion was a mid-ranking officer and must have at least 5 years of military service, participated in at least one war, served as a squad leader, division leader, or even a company leader, and then studied for a year in the staff office of the Ministry of Military Affairs before he could become the adjutant of a legion. It was only because of Hasdrubal's insistence and the special approval of the Devers that Kisego went through a few months of special training and became the adjutant of the Etruscan Border Corps. At this time, Hasdrubal was reading a letter. He looked up in shock. Carthage and Ionia have formed an alliance. It's not an alliance of equals. It's Carthage who serves Ionia, Kisego reminded him. Hasdrubal was taken aback. and then anger appeared on his face. Last year in Turiai, I heard Hacker mention this. After returning from Aukradon, the Carthage Senate has not responded. I thought they had become tougher this time, but I didn't expect them to be even weaker than before. This is a disgrace to the Carthage people. I heard from Dido that the reason Carthage agreed this time is because the 17th Legion, sent by the Ministry of Military Affairs, the military base is in Lille, and the soldiers are from the western region of Sicily, easily wiped out the rebellious Massili tribe, enslaved all of their captives, and distributed their land to other tribes in West Namibia. The Carthage Senate must be terrified, afraid that they will become the second Massili. So they took the initiative to ask for an alliance with Dionia, afraid of death. Hasdrubal snorted coldly. Suddenly he remembered something and asked, "How did the Carthage deal with Hanno, Tepanlak, and the others?" "According to our request, they were banished from the city of Carthage. Just banishing them is too easy for these D***MN bastards." Hasdrubal was not satisfied with this. He immediately asked, "How did Dido react when he heard the news?" In the past, in the southern part of Iberia, Hasdrubal was busy fighting all day and did not see Dido often. Although they were cousins, they were not close. It was not until he led his legion to be stationed at the northern border of Etruria that he became close to Dido, who lived in Rome. Because they were both in a foreign country and a foreign land, kinship became precious. The two of them began to interact more, mainly with Dido's help and support, and their relationship quickly improved. Chapter 1119. Dido is not happy about this either, but she said that the King of Devers wrote her a letter, hoping that she would not stop Hanno and the others from escaping to the eastern Mediterranean. Otherwise, when the news of their deaths reaches Carthage, the Carthage nobles will panic, and the alliance between Carthage and Ionia will be in trouble. Oh, the King of Devers also promised that even if Hanno and the others escape to Tyre, they will not be able to escape Dionia's punishment. But that is not now. What does that mean? Hasdrubal blinked and asked in surprise, "Does the King of Devers intend to declare war on Persia?" "It's not impossible." Kisego seemed to have noticed Hasdrubal's words as well, and had analyzed it carefully on the way back. He said, "Eastern Phoenicia is a vassal state of Persia. If they send their fleet to participate in the war in the western Mediterranean, it is equivalent to Persia declaring war on Dionia. However, both sides have tacitly not mentioned this until now. However, when the war in the western Mediterranean was about to end, Persia had sent messengers to the king of Dionia to stop the war against Carthage. It is said that they even threatened the king of Devers, but the king of Devers firmly refused. The king of Devers is a strong-willed man. I'm afraid he still remembers this matter. Fighting against Persia." Hasdrubal leaned back in his chair, his eyes filled with infinite longing. He said excitedly, "Daring to fight against the mighty Persia, this is the bearing of a rising kingdom. Looks like I need to make more achievements here, so that I can lead my army to seek revenge on Hanno in the future." 5 days later, in the early morning of the Dalian barracks in the territory of Florentia, sentries were patrolling on the walls. "Look, there's an enemy," shouted a sentinel, pointing to the front. A cloud of black smoke rose from the mountains in the north. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a plume of black smoke rising from the mountains in the northeast, and then from the northwest, in a short period of time, there were at least 6 or 7 spots of black smoke rising into the sky as far as the sentries could see. They were all from the sentry towers built in the mountain ridges around the camp. Usually it was rare to see 2 plumes of black smoke at the same time, but today's situation was unprecedented. "Quick, inform the commander that the Gauls are invading," the patrolling officer said nervously. Not long after, the alarm in the barracks rang. The soldiers quickly put on their armor, picked up their weapons, and ran out of the dormitory. The civilians in the civilian district also received the emergency notice. They quickly packed their important belongings and fled to the nearby city of Florentia. Escorted by his subordinates, Hasdrubal climbed to the top of the northern wall and saw tens of thousands of Gauls pouring out of the mountains, charging towards the barracks in a black mass. It was the first time Hasdrubal had seen such a large number of Gauls, but he was experienced in battle and did not panic. Instead, he said calmly, "Inform all the soldiers to prepare for defense. At the same time, send messengers to inform the other 2 barracks to hold their positions and not to help each other." "Yes, sir." "Send messengers to Rome immediately. Inform the governor of Rome, assists, that the Gauls are invading Etruria, and ask for reinforcements." "Yes, sir." After making the arrangements, Hasdrubal looked at the nervous soldiers around him and shouted, "Soldiers of the Border Legion, they say that the Gauls are scary, but we have defeated them many times. They may have a lot of soldiers now, but these natives are not good at sieging cities. We have strong defenses and enough food. As long as we hold our ground for 10 days to half a month, the kingdom's reinforcements will arrive. Then we can work with them and destroy the invading Gauls. You have done a great service, and the kingdom might reward you by shortening the time you can become an official citizen." Roar, roar, roar. The soldiers roared excitedly. In the evening, a banquet was about to be held in the residence of the assistant governor of Rome, Clotocatax, to celebrate the prince's promotion to the governor of Venus. All the invited guests had arrived, except for the most important guest, the governor of Rome, assists who had yet to arrive, so the banquet had not yet begun. However, the guests knew that assists was busy and never attended any banquets. He only agreed to come this time because of Clotocatax's special status. It was an honor to be able to attend, so the guests waited patiently with anticipation. At the head of the banquet, Clotocatax was having a pleasant conversation with his brother-in-law, Patroclus. Since Patroclus became the commander of the 14th Legion last year, the 2 families, who were originally relatives, had more contact with each other now that they lived close to each other. At this moment, a man rushed into the hall and said loudly, "Sirs, we have just received news that the Gauls have invaded the Etruscan territory. Lord Assists has ordered you to go to the administrative office immediately to discuss countermeasures." Everyone recognized that this was the clerk of Assists, so naturally the order he conveyed would not be false. There was an uproar at the banquet, but no one rushed to leave. Everyone looked at the host of the banquet. Clotocatax stood up without hesitation and said, "The invasion of the Gauls is a big deal. We have to hurry to the administrative office." Then he said to the servants, "Pack all the dishes and send them to the administrative office. Everyone may be busy until late into the night. How can we eat without dinner?" The servants hurriedly went to work, and the guests praised Clotocatax for his thoughtfulness as they followed him out of the residence. In the inner room, Dido was also entertaining the families of the guests. She said it was to celebrate her husband's promotion, but to her it was also a celebration of Hanno's expulsion and Carthage's joining the Ionia alliance. When the news from the hall reached the inner room, the women looked panicked. Only Dido remained calm. She comforted the crowd loudly. "Madams, there is nothing to worry about. The Gauls' army is far away in the north of Etruria, and our border legions are keeping them in check. Our Rome region and the surrounding allies will soon organize a large reinforcement army to cross the Tiber River and repel the Gauls who have invaded Etruria. In the south, the kingdom will soon send more reinforcements after receiving the news. The Gauls will not be able to set foot in Rome at all. Don't worry." With Dido's comfort, the wives of the officials not only gradually eased their panic, but also ate happily. The administrative office of Rome was also located in the city of Rome, only 2 blocks away from the city hall. When Clotocatax, Patroclus, and the others entered the meeting room, Assists was giving orders to the officials under him. "Immediately go to Sels and inform the Walsi to send reinforcements according to the covenant and fight with our army against the invading Gauls. Immediately go to foreign Tyrum and tell the Hernici that the Gauls are coming. Let them gather their troops and gather in Rome. Immediately go to the Sabines and tell them to send reinforcements as soon as possible." After receiving the orders, the officials hurried out of the meeting room. They did not even have time to return home. They acted as messengers, mounted their horses, brought their attendants, and rushed to their destination in the dark of the night. When Assist saw Clotocatax come in, he said to him seriously, "I'm sorry that your banquet can't be held. And with the enemy at hand, Rome is short of manpower. As the adjutant of the administrative office of Rome, you have basically taken charge of the main government affairs of Rome for more than a year. So I have no choice but to ask you to temporarily suspend your post in Way AI and help me manage Rome for the time being. At the same time, take on the heavy responsibility of providing logistical support for the army." After Assists took office as the administrative office of Rome, the Devers did not remove him from his original position as the administrative office of Rome. Instead, they let him continue to hold the post. However, Assists did not forget himself because of the power in his hands. Instead, he made a decision that Clotocatax would gradually take over the administrative affairs of Rome, citing that he had to manage the administrative affairs of the entire region and was too busy. But he never expected that a year later, the Devers would transfer Clotocatax to Way AI. "I am willing to listen to your arrangement, Lord Assists. I will contribute my greatest strength to resist the Gauls and defend Rome." Clotocatax said firmly. The Assists had expected Clotocatax to answer like this. He immediately arranged for the young man to lead a group of officials to count the material reserves in Rome over the past few years, estimating how much food and materials could be transferred to supply the army. After receiving the task, the Assists turned to Patroclus and asked, "I have sent someone to inform the Latin alliance, the Volsci, the Hernici, the Marsi, the Iacis, the Sabines, and the other forces that are allied with us to send reinforcements to resist the Gauls together with us. Based on past experience, how long do you think it will take for them to gather their troops in Rome?" Due to the increasing frequency of Gauls' invasions in the northern territories of Etruria in the past 2 years, Patroclus had organized military training with the armies of his allies after he came to Rome. Generally speaking, the alliances were quite cooperative. Patroclus thought for a moment and said, "The Latin, the Volsci, and the Hernici are closer to us, so their troops will come faster. They can arrive in 4 to 5 days. The Sabines, the Iacis, and the Marsi are further away, so it will take at least 8 to 9 days. However, now that the Gauls are about to invade, I think they will speed up the process of gathering their troops." What is the situation in the north now? Chapter 11:20. Assists brought him to a map of northern Etruria on the table. Pointing at the map, he said, "At dusk, I received a messenger sent by Hasdrubal from Florentia's barracks. A large number of Gauls have appeared there. I'm not sure how many there are, but Hasdrubal estimated that there are at least 20,000 of them. Immediately afterwards, I received a messenger from the camp of Luca, who also saw Gauls, numbering more than 10,000. Other than that, I haven't received any other information. That's the current situation. You haven't received any news from Arretium's barracks?" "Not yet." Patroclus had once inspected the border legion and knew the quality of the soldiers there. He believed that if the Gauls appeared near Arretium's barracks, they would definitely respond quickly. It was impossible that they could not even send a messenger. So he pondered for a moment and made his own judgment. It seems that this time the Gauls are invading from the north of the northern border of Etruria. It's probably the Senones, tribe of Gaul again. The possibility of it being the Senones is very high, but the Salves tribe has also been attacking Etruria in recent years. If the number of Gauls this time is too large, we can't rule out the possibility that the Salves are also involved. Patroclus nodded. Ever since Dionia took over the Latin region, Assists began to collect information about the biggest threat to the kingdom in the north, the Gauls. Finally, they figured out the origin of the Gauls in Italy. The Gauls originally lived in the north of the Alps. Many years ago, under the rule of the wise leader Abigatus, the Gauls lived a peaceful and prosperous life. As a result, their population skyrocketed, and the output of the original land could not support the overpopulation. Abigatus decided to let the surplus population colonize new lands. In the end, he chose a few young and promising men as leaders and decided where they would colonize by drawing lots. Abigatus's sister's son, Bellovisus, had drawn the colonial south of the Alps, which was undoubtedly an extremely bad luck for the Gauls at that time, because the Alps were inaccessible and the roads were difficult to traverse. It was a huge risk to cross it, not to mention that no one knew what the situation was like in the south of the Alps. Bellovisus was young and courageous, and the young men of the 6 tribes he was supposed to lead under his instigation did not fear the difficulties and resolutely went south. After many hardships, they discovered the famous Turini mountain pass, crossed the Alps, and entered northern Italy. They drove away their original masters, the Etruscans, and settled in Mediolanum, modern Milan. They called themselves the Salvians and gradually expanded outwards. Many years later, the Gaul tribes north of the Alps heard that Bellovisus had led his people to settle down in the south, and they were tempted. Then, the Gauls led by the Nomani tribe crossed the Alps and entered northern Italy. With the help of the Salves, they settled in Verona, the center of which was Verona. Over the next decade or so, these 2 large tribes rapidly expanded in all directions, defeating the Etruscans in the north many times and forcing them to migrate south. This also led to the decline of the Etruscans, who were originally the overlords of central and northern Italy. Another decade or so later, another large Gauls north of the Alps, the Senones, decided to migrate south into northern Italy. However, there was no more space on the river plain. The upper reaches were occupied by the Ligurians, the lower reaches by the Veneti, and the middle, the most extensive and fertile land, was occupied by the 2 large Gauls, the Salvians and the Nomani. The Senones had no choice but to cross the river and enter the hills in the south, driving the Etruscans further south and settling in Bonoma, modern Bologna. In the years that followed, it was not that the Senones south of the river did not think of occupying the lower reaches of the river, which was occupied by the Veneti. They waged many wars against the Veneti and seized some of their land, but in the end, they could not do anything to the Veneti. This was because the lower reaches of the river were filled with swamps, water webs, and muddy soil. The Gauls, who were originally a mountainous race, were not used to fighting here. Although the Veneti were not native to the river plain, it had been hundreds of years since they migrated from Illyria across the Adriatic Sea. They had long become familiar with the environment here. Therefore, after suffering many losses, the Senones finally decided to maintain a long-term peace with the Veneti. The Ligurians upstream were said to be a branch of the Celts, and they had migrated along the coast to Italy a long time ago. However, they had never been able to unite, and their tribes often fought against each other. They were also extremely xenophobic. The Salves had invaded them many times, and each time the Ligurians fought back tenaciously. As a result, the Salves found that although the Ligurians were shorter than them, they were just as strong and more ferocious. After suffering a few major defeats and realizing that the Ligurians were not to be trifled with, the Salves finally had to restore peace with the Ligurians. As a result, the Gauls looked around and found that the Etruscans in the south were the easiest to bully. After decades of development, coupled with the occasional addition of small Gaulish tribes from the north, the population of South Mountain Gaul had multiplied several times. This was especially true for the Senones, who lived in the hilly and mountainous areas. The land they occupied was less and more barren, and the need to expand their territory was stronger. Moreover, their settlement was closer to the Etruscans. Therefore, around 390 BC, under the leadership of the great leader Brenham, the Senones crossed the mountains and invaded the Etruscans. They defeated the main forces of Rome in the Battle of Arria, and finally occupied the city of Rome. However, after that they were caught in a quagmire of war. When Brenham finally decided to lead his people to retreat from Rome and return home, he was forced to fight a hasty battle with a Latin army led by Camillus. In the end, the Senones suffered a crushing defeat, and along the way, they were attacked by the Etruscans. Less than half of their people managed to return home. The great leader Brenham was also severely injured, and he died not long after returning to Bologna. Not only did the Senones lose a lot of their strength, but they also fell into a period of chaos. After that, the northern border of Etrusca was much more peaceful. It was said that during that period, even if the Senonius tribe wanted to plunder in the south, they would have to get the Salves tribe to back them up. As a result, the relationship between the two major tribes in Shannon Gaul became closer. After more than 10 years of recuperation, the Senones should have recovered a lot of their strength, so they began to strengthen their invasion of Etrusca. The invasion of the Senones alone was not enough to worry the Assists, but if the more powerful Salves joined in, the kingdom would have to pay attention. I believe that by tomorrow we will receive more information about the Gauls, which will be more helpful for us to formulate a countermeasure. But what I am worried about now is that there are so many Gauls invading. Can the Border Legion, led by Lord Hasdrubal, hold the camp before our reinforcements arrive? The assist said worriedly. There were some words in his heart that he did not say out loud. Hasdrubal was a relative of His Majesty, and the fact that he, a Carthage who had just surrendered, was able to become the legion commander showed how much the king of Devers valued him. If he died in the Gauls' invasion, he was afraid that the king of Devers would be furious. Don't worry, my lord. The 3 camps in the north are built as sturdy as fortresses, and their defenses are perfect. They are not inferior to Paragonia in the past. As far as I know, the Gauls are not strong at siege. Even if they have a lot of warriors, it will not be easy for them to break through the camps. Commander Hasdrubal will be able to hold the camp until our reinforcements arrive. Patroclus said confidently, Let's hope so, but we need to hurry up and send out our troops. How many soldiers can the 14th Legion and the reserve soldiers in Rome have? The assists asked seriously. 33,250. Patroclus immediately gave a number. 33,000 soldiers was enough to form 4 legions. It was a shocking number for a region that had just joined the kingdom of Dionia. But Rome, especially Rome, already had a large population of young adults when they surrendered to the kingdom of Rome. At that time, they could easily form an army of tens of thousands, the reserve soldiers in Rome and the noble soldiers in Rome, to follow the main force of the Dionysian army. Later on, the Devers designated Radom as the focus of the kingdom's development. Whether it was the new official citizens or the citizens who had just come of age, they were given priority in this region. So in recent years, the population of Rome had been the fastest growing region in the whole kingdom. As the chief executive of the region, the assists was not surprised. He said, if all the alliances go all out to support us, there will be about 50 to 60,000 soldiers. Even if half of them come, there will still be 20 to 30,000 soldiers. Together with our own troops, I think we can rely on the strength of Rome alone to repel the invading Gauls. This is also the goal that His Majesty hoped to achieve when he established the League of Dionia in central Italy. Chapter 11:21. As the governor of the region, the assists was not surprised. He muttered to himself, if all the alliances go all out to support us, there will be about 50 to 60,000 soldiers. Even if half of them come, there will still be 20 to 30,000 soldiers. Together with our own army, I think we can repel the invading Gauls with just the strength of Rome alone. This is also the goal that His Majesty hoped to achieve when he established the Dionia alliance in central Italy. At this point, the assists looked at the young commander in front of him and said solemnly, Of course, Lord Patroclus, you are now the highest military commander in Rome. You will be in charge of the military decisions. I also think that the forces in Rome alone are enough to fight against the invading Gauls. Patroclus said confidently, however, to assemble such a large army, we still need Lord Assists to provide sufficient logistical support and weapons reserves. You can rest assured that I will do my best to ensure that the army fights. The Assists was delighted to see that the young commander not only agreed with his opinion, but was also full of fighting spirit. He immediately promised, Also, I have just sent a messenger to Thurii to inform His Majesty of the Gauls' invasion. I believe that the kingdom will soon concentrate more manpower and resources to deal with the Gauls. So you don't have to worry about anything. lead the army to stop the Gauls from invading our territory, and then think of a way to repel them. In the next few days, the allied armies of the Holy Kingdom of Dionia in Rome arrived one after another. The first to arrive in Rome were the armies of the Latin Alliance, because they were the closest to Rome, and because they were also the victims of the Gauls. They sent more than 10,000 soldiers. This pleased Patroclus, for in the last few years, Dionia had made use of the towns of Rome, Vigo, and so forth, and by means of trade, communication, and so on, it had grown closer and closer to the neighboring Latin states. In fact, in the military training of the 14 Corps, he had from time to time asked the citizens of the Latin states to join him, and his request was carried out. Therefore, among the states near Rome, the troops of the Latin states were the most familiar with the military tactics of Dionia, and their soldiers made up the majority of the allied forces, which made it easier for Patroclus to command. They were followed by the Volsci and the Helniki, who were very active, but having suffered heavy losses in the last war, their population was unlikely to change much in a few years, and they sent less than 5,000 soldiers. After that, the Sabine army and the Equi army arrived. The allies of Etruria did not send any troops. Instead, they seized the time to evacuate the citizens back to their cities. While strengthening the defenses of the cities, they also sent messengers to Rome every day, urging Dionia to send reinforcements north as soon as possible. Within a few days, the barracks in Rome had gathered 30,000 Dionia soldiers from Rome, and the Latin, Volsci, Helniki, and so on. The total number of soldiers had exceeded 50,000, but Patroclus still did not move. However, the assists could not sit still any longer, and hurried to the barracks. "Commander Patroclus, there is news from the north that the Gauls have crossed the border line we have built. The situation of the border legion, led by Lord Hasdrubal, is unknown. But the Gauls quickly conquered Florentia, and then launched a massive attack on Phalathri and Phufflina, looting the villages along the way and killing the Etrurian people. The emissaries of the Etrurian states are blocking the entrance of the regional administrative office every day. If you don't send your troops north, I'm afraid that the Etrurian emissaries will all run to Turiae and complain to His Majesty." It seemed that the assists held a grudge against Patroclus, even skipping the respectful title of commander. Patroclus, however, appeared calm after listening to the report. He said unhurriedly, "Lord assists, from the current situation, the Etrurians' fear of the Gauls has penetrated deep into their bones. They are completely panicking and have lost their normal rationality and judgment. However, as the main force against the Gauls, Dionia must remain calm, analyze the current chaotic situation, and find a good opportunity to strike instead of rushing north and engaging the Gauls in battle. Otherwise, if the attack is thwarted, our morale will undoubtedly be greatly affected, and the stability of Rome will be affected. After all, the assists was a mercenary. In his early years, he followed the Devers to fight in Persia. It was not that he did not know military affairs. It was just that he had been dealing with government affairs for the past 20 years. In addition to the continuous bad news from the front lines and the incessant harassment from the Etrurian emissaries, he, who shouldered the heavy responsibility of the entire region, could not help but feel anxious. After Patroclus's reminder, he came to a realization. However, Patroclus's words had a hint of reprimand. As the dignified regional administrative officer and an important minister of the kingdom, the assists felt a little embarrassed. If it were someone else, he might have shouted a few more words to save some face. However, the person sitting opposite him was the son-in-law of the king of the Devers, who was highly regarded by the king. So the assists could only suppress the dissatisfaction in his heart. After a while, he finally said in a muffled voice, "What's your plan?" "My lord." Patroclus could see that the assists was a little angry, but he did not care too much. Although the assists had a higher rank, the 14th Legion was not under the jurisdiction of the regional administrative officer. Before Patroclus took office, his wife, Cynthia, had reminded him to deliberately avoid close contact with the assists. But considering that the assists was a close confidant of His Majesty since the establishment of Dionia, and had a very high seniority, he still softened his tone a little. Although there is no specific news, I don't think the Gauls can conquer the Florentia and Lucca barracks in just a few days. Lord Hasdrubal should still be stubbornly holding on. If the city of Florentia can seriously implement the defensive measures we have set up in the past, it will be impossible for the Gauls to break through the city. Unfortunately, under the protection of our border corps for more than a year, they have lost their vigilance. After receiving the alarm, they are still slowly opening the city gates to receive the refugees. When the Gauls bypassed the barracks and quickly marched towards Florentia, they arrived at the city gates in a very short time and launched an attack. However, they panicked and did not immediately close the city gates, allowing the Gauls to rush into the city with the refugees. After Patroclus told him the real reason for the fall of Florentia, he sighed and said regretfully, "The Gauls have occupied Florentia, so they have a foothold in Etruria and a more adequate supply of military provisions. According to the information we have obtained, the Gauls have about 40,000 people and their morale is high. If I lead the army to cross the Tiber River and rush to the northern part of Etruria to fight them, even if we can win, we will inevitably suffer heavy losses. It is better not to go north first to avoid raising the Gauls' vigilance. At the same time, we can wait for the alliance army to converge and have more material reserves. You do not have to worry about military provisions. Crotocatax has been working hard to prepare." The assists reminded him in a serious tone, "But it is not a solution to just let the army stay in the barracks and wait. If the Gauls conquer other Etrurian cities, I am afraid that we will not be able to explain to the Etrurian alliance and the other allies. The 14th Legion only answers to His Majesty and the kingdom." Patroclus replied calmly. When the assists heard this, he was a little angry. "But you are now the commander of the entire northern coalition army of Dionia. Protecting the Etrurian alliance is the responsibility that His Majesty has entrusted to you." "Yes," Patroclus said seriously, "that is why I have to be cautious, and that is why I have been working hard to wait for the right time. Lord assists, you do not need to be anxious. As long as we win, any blame and resentment will disappear." Seeing that he was stubborn, the assist said angrily, "Fine, then I will wait for your victory." Then he flicked his sleeves and left. When Crotocatax returned to the administrative office and reported to him, the assists was still complaining about the matter. He said angrily, "When I interact with Patroclus, I feel that he is a very easy person to talk to. Why is he so stubborn at such a critical time? He will not listen to my advice. The entire northern coalition army of Dionia is under his control. I am really worried." When Crotocatax heard this, he comforted him. "My lord, you are governing a huge region like Rome, and at the same time, you also have to take care of the friendly relations with the neighboring allies. You have such a heavy responsibility. Now that the invasion of the Gauls has threatened the safety of the people in the central region, it is very likely that it will destroy the stability and order that you have painstakingly built here in the past few years. I see that you have not been sleeping well all this time. It shows how much pressure you are facing." As a legion commander, Patroclus looked young, but it wasn't because he was my brother-in-law that my father appointed him as the commander of the 14th Legion, giving him the right to command the allied armies in times of emergency and defend against the Gauls. It was because he was one of the most outstanding candidates among the younger generation of commanders in the Dionysian army. My father, who had always been good at using people, had arranged for him to be here because he believed that he had the ability to shoulder this heavy responsibility. In fact, he is also facing a lot of pressure. Every time I delivered supplies to the camp and went to see him, he was either assigning missions to the other generals, listening to the reports from the scouts, or focused on looking at the map by himself. He didn't have the time to say a word to me. Rome is the northernmost territory of the kingdom, and it is impossible for reinforcements to arrive in a short period of time. The coalition army, led by Patroclus, is the only force that can resist the Gauls at this time. If he suffers a defeat in battle with the Gauls, it may give the Gauls the opportunity to rush into Rome. So, I think it is understandable that he remains cautious. Chapter 11:22. After listening to Crotocatax's words, the assist was silent for a while. His expression relaxed a little, but he still said worriedly, "I still have to report to His Majesty about the current state of the Allied forces. I hope he can send reinforcements as soon as possible." Patroclus wanted to make sufficient preparations while obtaining more information about the Gauls, waiting for the best opportunity to appear. However, there was a sudden change in Etruria. A few days after the fall of Florentia, the city of Arretium, which had not been affected by the flames of war, and many people even thought that it would not be attacked by the Gauls, was also raided by the Gauls. The territory of Arretium was not bordered by the Gauls, but by the Umbrians. It had been peaceful until 2 years ago, when it began to be disturbed by the Gauls. According to their understanding, the northern part of the Umbrians had also begun to be invaded by the Gauls. Some Gaulish tribes had fled through the border area of Umbria and plundered the territory of Arretium. After all, Arretium was much wealthier than the Umbrians. Originally, the Ministry of Military Affairs of Daionia did not intend to build a military camp in this area, because the Gauls were not rampant there. However, Arretium was one of the 12 Etrurian city-states, and it was also the central town of the eastern region of the Etrurian Federation. Under the active activities of the people of Arretium, who took the initiative to give a lot of land to Daionia, the Ministry of Military Affairs of Daionia finally decided to build a military camp not far northwest of the territory of Arretium. Of course, this was not completely convinced by the people of Arretium. After careful consideration, the Devers believed that they could use the opportunity of defending against the Gauls to obtain the land here, thereby strengthening ties and friendship with the Umbrians in the east. This would be beneficial to the kingdom of Daionia. In fact, for more than a year, the border troops of Daionia stationed here had cooperated with the Umbrians many times to repel the Gauls who came to attack them, winning the favor of the Umbrians. But they never expected that the Gauls would send a large army through Umbria from the southernmost part of their territory and raid Arretium in the rear. Although the Daionia barracks urgently sent messengers to inform the people of Arretium, due to the long-term protection of the Daionia barracks, they had not been attacked by the Gauls for more than a year. The previous attack by the Gauls on the northern city of Etruria did not raise the vigilance of the people of Arretium. Therefore, they faced an unexpected surprise attack by the Gauls. However, the performance of the people of Arretium was even worse than that of Florentia. The city quickly fell, and no one in the city escaped. After the fall of Arretium, the Gallic army took advantage of the situation and attacked south. They surrounded Curtin and Clebson, and the vanguard went straight to Velsna. They were not far from the northernmost towns of the kingdom of Daionia, Casrella, and Vale. The people of Rome began to panic. Naturally, Patroclus could no longer remain indifferent. He quickly gathered more than 50,000 soldiers of the coalition army, crossed the bridge of Rome, and arrived at Vale that night. On the next day, a messenger from Thurii had arrived in Rome. The assists received an order signed by the King of Devers. The governor of Rome, the assists, was requested to inform the various alliances as soon as possible to send troops according to the alliance agreement. They were to gather in Rome and form a coalition army. Patroclus, the commander of the 14th Legion, would be the commander-in-chief to lead the coalition army against the invasion of the Gauls. Under the condition of ensuring the safety of the kingdom's territory, they would do their best to help the Etrurians. As the situation of the enemy was unclear, the Ministry of Military Affairs did not give specific instructions. It was up to Patroclus to make his own decisions according to the changes in the enemy's situation. Moreover, the Ministry of Military Affairs had informed the 12th Legion in the eastern region of Campania, the barracks were in Abella, to rush to Rome on the same day and be under the command of Patroclus. At the same time, they also asked the assists to provide logistical support for the coalition army and to report any changes in the war situation to the palace. The assists finished reading the letter with mixed feelings. He passed the order back to the messenger and said in a low voice, "Please tell His Majesty that I will carry out his orders. Lord Patroclus has already led the army north. If you set off now, you should be able to see him in Vale." Upon hearing this, the messenger bade farewell to the assists and immediately rode north. By the time he reached Vale, Patroclus had already set off with his army. The northern coalition army of Dionia reached Novae, a small Etrurian city, at dusk. It was less than 20 miles away from Valsena. The Gauls who were besieging Valsena were shocked by the sudden appearance of the enemy's reinforcements. They quickly retreated and sent scouts to investigate. The scouts reported back, "The enemy has many reinforcements. They have built countless tents." The vanguard of the Gallic army was smaller in number. Seeing the enemy's numbers, they did not dare to attack blindly. Instead, they retreated north. The next day, the people of Valsena who learned that the reinforcements had arrived and the threat had been lifted brought a large number of military supplies to Novae. They expressed their gratitude to the coalition army and invited them to set up camp near Valsena. After Patroclus studied the surrounding terrain, he firmly refused and ordered the army to build a camp near Novae. A day later, the Gaulish army reappeared in Valsena's territory. On the second day, their numbers increased to more than 30,000, and they once again surrounded the city. The southern part of the Dionia coalition army did not make any moves. Instead, the Gaulish army took the initiative to attack the Dionia coalition camp. Although the camp was not completely built, Patroclus was calm and composed. The coalition army had the advantage of defense, and they outnumbered the enemy. Therefore, even though the Gaulish warriors fought valiantly, they were still defeated by dusk. This gave the Dionia coalition army, especially the allied ones, a little more confidence. Although the Dionia coalition army had won a small victory, they quietly retreated the next morning, leaving behind only an empty camp that they had painstakingly built. After confirming that the enemy had retreated, the Gauls began to think that the enemy had won the previous day by a fluke. In fact, they were so frightened by their attack that they gave up on sending reinforcements to Valsena. A few days later, the Gauls assumed that they were going to storm Valsena, but their scouts did not find any traces of Dionia's reinforcements in the vicinity. Gradually, the Gauls became more certain of their previous thoughts. The Dionysian army seemed to be large in number, but they were timid and had probably gone into hiding in Rome. Therefore, they began to boldly attack Valsena with all their might. The attack lasted for a few days, and the city was on the verge of collapse. The people of Valsena cursed the Dionia, who did not keep their word, and prayed to the gods for protection. Perhaps their prayers were answered. In the early hours of the 5th day, the Dionia coalition army that had disappeared suddenly reappeared and quickly approached the Gauls' camp. At this time, most of the Gauls were too tired from the continuous attacks and were sleeping soundly in their tents. When they learned that the Dionia coalition army had suddenly attacked, the camp was in chaos. Patroclus used 20 ballistae to blast open the wooden fence that the Gauls had set up for the simple camp. The Dionia coalition army, with the heavy infantry of the 14th and 12th legions, who had just arrived from Campania as the main attacking force, quickly crossed the narrow trench and began a fierce battle with the Gauls inside the camp. Even though the Gauls fought valiantly and the great swords in their hands were quite threatening, their formation was disorganized. They were not much of a threat to the heavily armored Dionysian army, who covered each other and cooperated well. On the contrary, the main force of the Dionia coalition army was like an iron wall, slowly pushing forward. While they continued to kill and injure the Gauls, they also put a lot of psychological pressure on them. In addition, the Dionia coalition army strength was almost twice that of the Gauls, but Patroclus did not send the coalition army in at the beginning. Instead, he waited for the 2 legions and the reserve soldiers to attract the Gauls from the front, then ordered the coalition soldiers to break in from both sides of the camp and attack the Gauls. After more than an hour of fierce fighting, the Dionia coalition army had almost surrounded the Gauls in the camp. The Gauls had no choice but to turn and flee, desperately fighting their way out. Patroclus immediately ordered the coalition cavalry, light infantry, and light armored soldiers who had been resting to give chase at full force. The The coalition army gave chase and only retreated when it was dark. They killed, wounded, and captured countless Gauls. On the second day, the people of Volsena were wild with joy when they learned that the Gauls had been defeated. They immediately threw their resentment towards the Daionia to the back of their minds, and once again brought a large number of military supplies to the coalition army's camp. Unexpectedly, Patroclus had already left with his army. The defeated Gauls split into two groups. Some fled northeast to Arretium, while the others fled northwest. Patroclus sent out 10,000 reserve soldiers to pursue the Gauls who fled to Arretium, while he personally led nearly 50,000 coalition soldiers to advance northwest. During the time he was stationed at Loa's camp, other than fortifying the camp, Patroclus also sent out scouts and cavalry to investigate the Gauls' activities throughout Etruria. Therefore, after defeating the Volsena Gallic army, Patroclus immediately led the main force straight to the territory of Phopharuna, where the main force of the Gauls was entrenched. Phopharuna was the wealthiest city in northwest Etruria, so it became the main target of the Gauls when they entered the country. However, the people of Phopharuna had learned of their tragic fate from the people of Florentia. They had learned their lesson and closed the city gates early and strengthened their defenses. Moreover, the city of Phopharuna had a special location. It was built on a promontory and was only connected to the land by a narrow isthmus. Chapter 11:23. The Gauls did not have a navy, and they could not make full use of their numerical advantage by attacking from the land. On the other hand, they had almost run out of food as they rushed over from Florentia. So, the Gauls sent out tribes to the nearby villages to harvest food. It was not long after the autumn harvest, and the Etruscans had enough food in their homes. Because of the Gauls' ferocious attack, most of the Etruscans fled in panic and did not have the time to bring food with them. So, the Gauls who went around harvesting food had a good harvest, and soon the shortage of food was alleviated. Although they did not have to worry about food, the Gaulish leaders had realized that Phopharuna was not Florentia, and it would be difficult to take it down in a short period of time. So, they decided to ignore it for now and attack somewhere else. But just as they reached an agreement, the northern coalition of Daionia appeared. This time, Patroclus did not adopt the conservative strategy of building a camp first. Instead, he started to get into formation a mile away from the Gauls' camp. Based on Patroclus's observations, he believed that the Gauls were brave and murderous, and there was a high chance that they would come out to fight. Sure enough, even though some of the Gauls had not returned to the camp because they had gone out to collect food, under the clamor of the leaders, the great chief still decided to lead less than 30,000 Gauls out to fight. Patroclus also learned from the scouts that some of the Gauls were still collecting food in the nearby villages. He immediately sent out a small part of the alliance's army to attack and obstruct the Gauls' return. At the same time, he also sent out all the light infantry under his command to attack the Gauls from afar while they were still in formation. More than half of the Gauls were wearing straight pants and unlined shirts. Some were even topless. Apart from the wooden shields in their hands, they had no other defensive weapons. On the other hand, there were more than 4,000 light infantry soldiers in the Daionia Legion of Dionysia, the main force of which was the 2,000 light infantry soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia were well trained. Under their leadership, the arrows and javelins they fired were as terrifying as the hailstones of the Alps. The Gallic soldiers were forced to abandon their formation and charge at the enemy. The Gauls swarmed forward, and the allied light infantry hurriedly retreated. When they quickly withdrew from the gap in the chessboard, the Gauls suddenly found that there was a long and thick iron wall in front of them. The enemy behind the wall shouted in unison, and the javelins once again shrouded the Gauls like a dark cloud. Amidst the continuous screams, the Gauls roared angrily and swung their swords at the enemies hiding behind their shields. Then they found that their sharp swords were not enough to cut through the enemy's thick shields or break the enemy's sturdy javelins. Even if they could sometimes break through the shields and cut the enemy's body, if they did not use enough strength and accuracy, they would not be able to deal fatal damage to the enemy wearing a neck guard, iron helmet, and double chainmail. The enemy on the other side would quickly pull out a dagger from their waist and stab it, and the strong Gauls would lose the ability to fight. Only then did the Gauls realize that they were no longer fighting against the Romans of the past. They would not be wearing crude equipment and wielding bronze spears, attacking them like a swarm of bees, and then quickly retreating after suffering a setback. They were now facing a terrifying enemy armed from head to toe. They were well equipped and well trained. Not only did they have a tacit understanding of teamwork, but each soldier also relied on their collective strength to fight. Their individual combat skills were equally outstanding. Most of the javelins and daggers were accurately aimed at the Gauls' vulnerable faces, necks, abdomens, and legs, even though the Gauls did not have much protection. Moreover, the Gauls were outnumbered by the Daionia coalition army, and this was not a fair fight at all. As long as the main force of the Daionia soldiers, most of whom were Romans and Latins, could get rid of the terrible shadow that the Gauls had cast in their hearts for more than a decade, and could fight calmly under the ferocious faces of the Gauls who were waving their swords and screaming, there was no doubt that they would be victorious in a head-on battle. Patroclus had led his army to victory in the defense of the encampment, and then led his army to launch a surprise attack on the Gauls' encampment in the early hours of the morning. From this, the coalition army gained confidence, and now the morale of the Daionia soldiers was high. Not only were they not afraid of the Gauls, but they were also eager to gain military merit and be rewarded by the kingdom. In less than an hour of fierce battle, the Gauls began to show signs of weakness. Patroclus took the opportunity to order some of the coalition army on standby to attack the Gauls' flanks. At noon, the Gauls were defeated, and the coalition army, led by Patroclus, won another great victory. When the news reached Rome and the surrounding areas, the people cheered and even organized their own parades, singing and dancing around the city, and finally climbed Capitoline Mountain, where they offered strong black cattle and sheep to the Temple of Hades and the Temple of Diana, pious sacrifices to the two great gods, thanking them for their protection of the people. Similar scenes were also happening in the Latin city-states and southern Etruria. The gloom caused by the Gauls' invasion more than a decade ago was finally blown away by the series of glorious victories created by the Daionia coalition army. After reading the battle report from the front, Assists could not help but sigh in his heart. The younger generation will surpass the older. His Majesty has a good eye for talent. In the king's palace in Thurii, Cynthia sat alone in the inner courtyard, looking slightly depressed. After a while, she saw a little boy of about 6 or 7 years old running out of the living room, holding the hand of a little boy of about 3 or 4 years old. "Palpillas, run slower, be careful. Don't let your little brother fall." "Grandma, don't worry, I'll take care of my little brother. I told you not to run, but you still ran with your little brother. How can I not worry?" Christoia reprimanded him gently. At this moment, she did not have the demeanor of the usual decisive leader of the Chamber of Commerce. She was like a traditional Greek noblewoman who was happy to raise her grandson. "Chris, come to Grandma." "No, I want to play with my brother." The little boy grabbed Palpilla's hand and shouted stubbornly. Christoia's almond-shaped eyes widened, and she was about to lose her temper. "Sister, don't worry. Let Chris play with Palpyras. The servants will keep an eye on him, so nothing will happen," Agnes said as she stepped out of the door and comforted Christoia. Christoia did not buy it and said with a sullen face, "We're going to the zoo, not the city's sports field or market. Those beasts don't care who we are, and if we get bitten or injured, it'll be no laughing matter. When that happens, his mother will have something to say. I told you not to let Chris leave his parents at such a young age, and now something has happened. When that time comes, she might have a reason to bring Chris back to Rome." As she said that, she took 2 steps forward, bent down, and reached out her hand. "Chris, come to Grandma." No, the little boy was rather stubborn. At this moment, Cynthia stood up and said sternly to her son, "Palpillas, take your little brother and stay close to Grandma. Don't run around, do you hear me?" "Yes, Mother." Palpillas quickly responded, pulling Chris' hand and obediently returning to Kristoya's side. Kristoya quickly grabbed the two children's hands, and only then did she relax. Looking around, she asked, "Where's Eunice?" Standing at the side, Head of Internal Affairs Molina immediately replied, "Princess Eunice went to the zoo with Princess of Rhea early in the morning." "Grandma, let's go find my sister," Chris urged, shaking Kristoya's hand hard. Kristoya frowned, bent down, and said seriously, "Chris, Grandma has told you many times, you must remember. Eunice and Avria are your father's sisters. You should call them Auntie, or others will laugh at you. Remember, call them Auntie." "Coo, coo, oh, right. Call them that when you see them in the future. If you call them wrong again." Kristoya deliberately pulled a long face. "Grandma will spank your butt." "Chris likes Grandma. Grandma likes Chris. Grandma won't spank me," Chris said, still using his little hands to hug Kristoya's thighs tightly. "You smart little guy." A smile appeared on Kristoya's face. "All right, Grandma won't spank you, but you can't call them wrong again." Chris nodded his head vigorously. Kristoya gently pinched his little face affectionately, then turned to Agnes and said, "Looks like Avria really likes animals. She's usually a rather introverted child, and Eunice has always forced her to do this and that. It's rare that she's so proactive this time." Agnes said with a smile, "She quite likes animals, but it's mainly because her father told her, when she comes of age, let her manage the zoo. That's why she goes to the zoo whenever she's free, saying that she wants to understand the animals' habits in detail." Kristoya said with a smile, "I think in this aspect Avria is like you. Usually, you don't care much about anything other than managing the Temple of Hera. But ever since the zoo was built, you've claimed illness many times, and instead of going to the Temple of Hera, you've gone to the zoo." Agnes smiled embarrassedly. Other than the celebrations, the temple is usually managed by the priests, and the priestesses don't have to go every day, just like Pleasanath. "Haha, that's what I told you before, but how did you reply?" "I'm Hera's priestess, so I should be by her side every day." Kristoya mimicked Agnes' tone, putting on an act as she spoke. Chapter 11:24. Sister. In front of so many juniors, Agnes couldn't keep her composure. Kristoya understood Agnes's temperament too well and immediately changed the topic. "All right, let's go to the zoo." "Mother, I won't be going," Cynthia interrupted. "We're going to the zoo together for you. How can you not go?" Kristoya was a little displeased, but when she saw Cynthia's melancholy expression, she softened her tone and advised, "Your father told me that even though the Gauls are aggressive, your husband leads a huge army of more than 50,000 men. He also ordered the nearby 12th Legion to hurry to Rome under your husband's command. I heard that even though the Gauls are fierce, their equipment is crude. They'll definitely be defeated by your husband's elite troops. Don't worry. Mother, I understand all this, but I'm still a little worried. That's why I'm not in the mood to play at such a crucial time." Cynthia was a little hesitant. Kristoya asked in surprise, "You've never been this worried when your husband went out to war before." "Mother, Patroclus used to be an officer of the Legion. If he gets injured in battle, it's our family's business. Now that he's the commander of the Northern Coalition Army of Dionia, it concerns the safety of thousands of families and the northern regions of the kingdom. How can I not be worried?" Cynthia said with a sigh. Kristoya seemed to think of something after hearing this, and sighed as well. She spoke with a solemn expression. "When your father led the army to war in the past, which time didn't it concern the life and death of the kingdom? Aren't you and I worried? But what did we do? We tried our best to take care of everything at home, and tried our best not to think about this troublesome matter. We ensured that we were healthy. If your father at the front lines knew that Agnes and I had fallen ill, would he still be able to devote himself to the war? Don't let your husband worry and don't think about the war. Find something to relax yourself. In the end, your husband will receive the protection of Hades." Agnes advised from the side. Obviously, Cynthia listened to her two mothers, and her worried expression faded a lot. Just as she was about to agree to go to the zoo, the wooden door of the inner courtyard was suddenly pushed open, and the palace steward, Ribazot, hurried into the backyard. He bowed excitedly and said, "Your Royal Highnesses, Princess Cynthia, great victory! Lord Patroclus led his army and defeated the Gauls who invaded Etruria." Cynthia was overjoyed when she heard that. She was so excited that tears welled up in her eyes. "Daddy won a great battle. Papa has won a great battle." Palpyras even danced and cheered. "I told you that Hades would protect us," Agnes said calmly. "What's the exact situation of the battle?" Christoia smiled and asked on her daughter's behalf. Ribazot immediately replied, respectfully, "I heard that our allied army has won many battles and has completely defeated the Gauls who invaded Etruria. His Majesty was very happy when he received the news and has already summoned the 5 chairmen and a few ministers from the Ministry of Military Affairs to the palace for a discussion." He then looked at Cynthia. "His Majesty knows that Princess Cynthia is in the mansion, so he specially sent me back to inform you so that you won't worry. Look at how much your father cares about you." Christoia looked at Cynthia reproachfully. "Thank you, Lord Ribazot." Cynthia wiped away the tears of excitement in her eyes and bowed sincerely towards Ribazot. Ribazot hurriedly dodged and said repeatedly, "Princess, this is something that I should do. It's not worth your thanks." "All right, can we go to the zoo now? It's all because of you that we've been delayed for so long. Eunice and Olivia might be waiting anxiously," Christoia complained, pretending to be dissatisfied. "Mother, it's my fault. Let's go now." Cynthia smiled sweetly and then squatted down. She extended her hand and said gently, "Chris, let Aunt hold your hand. Let's run faster and get to the zoo as soon as possible, and then go see the elephants, all right?" "I still want to see the lions." "No problem." "And the hippopotamus." "Sure." Cynthia led the bouncing Chris out of the backyard with quick steps, and a wave of laughter followed. Christoia looked at Agnes happily. This morning, Apox went to the school, Antibris went to practice, and the mansion is full of women. We're going to have a good day in the zoo. Palpyras gently tugged at Christoia's hand and said seriously, "Grandmother, Chris and I are men." "Oh, that's right, and you 2 little warriors too." Christoia used a finger to poke his forehead and smiled even more happily. Last year, after the Devers suggestion, Christoia immediately took action. After repeated discussions and surveys, she chose the hilly area to the south of the Turii stone mine, near the Krati River, to build the zoo. This way, the stone and large amounts of water needed would be more convenient and transportation would be easier. Until now, the zoo was still under construction and not open to the public. However, there were already elephants, lions, hippopotamuses, crocodiles, and many other animals inside. They were all specially sent over by allied countries, such as Egypt and Mauritania, when they heard that the King of Devers had such needs. While Christoia and her party were escorted by the palace guards to the zoo in a carriage, the Devers were in the palace discussing matters with the ministers. "Your Majesty, the facts have proven that your decision was correct. Patroclus is indeed an excellent military commander. Originally, we thought that although the number of soldiers he led was large, most of them were new recruits, and they came from many different sources. Moreover, they were facing the Gauls that all the races in central Italy feared. So, after our analysis, we thought that with the current strength of the northern coalition of Dionia, if they adopted a defensive posture, it would not be a big problem to defend Rome, but it would be more difficult to repel the Gauls who were wreaking havoc in Etruria. And we also thought—" Alexis, the Minister of Military Affairs, hesitated for a moment, then said frankly, "Patroclus, the commander of the 14th Legion, has not been in office for long, and he does not have the experience of commanding so many legions. Also, he is relatively young, and I am afraid that he will not be able to make the generals of the allied countries completely obey him. So, we suggested that your Majesty should send a more experienced veteran to replace him as the commander of the Northern Coalition. As the 14th Legion is located in the Rome area, the Ministry of Military Affairs has stipulated that the Legion commander has the right to command the Allied armies in case of emergency. If it were not for your Majesty's insistence, I am afraid that this victory would not have come so quickly. Devers listened calmly. In fact, the reason why he insisted that Patroclus continue to command the Allied armies was not because he had absolute confidence in his son-in-law, but because when he appointed Patroclus as the commander of the 14th Legion and Sextus as the commander of the 18th Legion, he planned to inject new blood into the army and gradually replace the older generation of generals. Naturally, he was under a lot of pressure. It had only been a little more than a year, and if he were to send a veteran to take over the command, it would not only dampen the confidence of the young generals, but it would also disrupt his original plan. So, he supported Patroclus to protect his own reputation. Of course, at this time, Devers was no longer as affected by the history of his previous life as he was before the Western Mediterranean War. After defeating Rome and Carthage, and the rapid development of the kingdom in the past few years, he was deeply aware that the strength of the kingdom of Dionia had far surpassed that of Rome and Carthage at this time in the history of his previous life. In terms of military construction, weapons research, strategies, and tactics, they were the best in the entire Mediterranean Sea. Therefore, the Gauls, who once caused a lot of trouble to Rome, were now just a small trouble for the kingdom of Dionia. Even if the northern allied armies suffered some minor setbacks, it would not affect the kingdom too much. On the contrary, it would make the allies more united around the kingdom of Dionia due to their fear of the Gauls. However, he never expected that Patroclus's performance would far exceed his expectations. In less than a month, he had defeated the main force of the Gauls. This made him very satisfied, and he had to suppress the complacency in his heart. Your Majesty, according to the battle reports, although Patroclus is young, he is very calm and experienced in commanding his troops. He quickly marched to the vicinity of Volsena, but did not immediately lead the army to attack immediately because of his superior numbers. Instead, he built a camp and lured the enemy to attack. Through a small victory in the defensive battle, he won the trust of the allied generals, and the morale of the soldiers was boosted. Then he deliberately retreated to the south of the Tiber River, making the Gauls think that the Dionysian army was afraid, so they dared to attack Volsena boldly. In the end, he took advantage of the Gauls' days of hard fighting and tired sleep to quickly lead the army back again, raiding the Gauls' camp. The new chief of staff, Printos, analyzed seriously, although this glorious victory has something to do with the ignorance and arrogance of the Gauls. Not only did they not fight cautiously after encountering our powerful allied forces, they only knew how to attack fiercely, and there was no order in their marching and setting up camp. But on the other hand, it can be seen that Patroclus not only understood his own soldiers and the situation of the allied forces, but also understood the situation of the Gauls. Every decision he made was so in line with the situation at that time and made the victory so easy. It can be said that he has mastered the essence of the military law. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The kingdom has gained another outstanding military commander, and he is so young. Chapter 11:25. The Devers stroked the stubble on his chin, his face finally showing a hint of joy. He looked around at the crowd, and his eyes finally fell on Alexis. The Gauls are coming at us fiercely. I thought this sudden war would last for a long time, so I had everyone come up with a detailed counterattack plan. Alas, I didn't expect the Gauls to be so weak. All our preparations have gone to waste. Do you have any new opinions on the current situation? Your Majesty. Alexis and Printos looked at each other. Before coming to the palace, I had a simple discussion with Lord Printos about the current situation in Etruria. Patroclus led the northern coalition to defeat the main force of the Gauls. Next, he will certainly continue to attack the remaining Gaulish forces. We believe that the 3 camps of the Border Legion cannot be conquered by the Gauls in such a short period of time. It is highly likely that the Gauls only have a small number of troops to keep an eye on the camps, while the main force bypasses them and invades Etruria, there is no need to speculate. I have confirmed that Hasdrubal's camp is still tenaciously defending. It has not fallen, the Devers said confidently. Alexis was not surprised. He knew that the Devers' intelligence department was very powerful. After thinking for a moment, he took the opportunity to speak. Your Majesty, can you send someone to inform Lord Hasdrubal to cooperate with the Northern Coalition's attack and block the mountain pass leading to the Wave River Plain? Do everything in your power to stop the Gauls who are trying to escape back to their territory and completely surround and destroy them south of the mountain. I will send someone to give the order to Hasdrubal. But I believe that even if we cannot inform him in time with his ability, he will be able to make the appropriate decisions according to the changes in the situation. Alexis did not feel surprised. Your Majesty, Printos continued, the reason why we want to eliminate all the invading Gaul in the south of the mountains is that we think that the Gaul are a very aggressive race, and they have a large population and a great threat. It has only been 16 years since the last large-scale invasion, and they are already able to mobilize more than 50,000 troops. If we keep adopting a defensive strategy, not only will we be too passive, but the Gaul will also learn a lesson from this fiasco. The next time they move south, I'm afraid they will cause us even more trouble. Therefore, to completely solve the problem of the Gaul, we should take advantage of this great opportunity to change from defense to offense. We should directly send troops to attack the Gauls' territory and completely conquer them. As soon as this was said, there was a small commotion in the conference hall. The rotating presidents began to whisper to each other. The corners of Devers' mouth curled up. Printos' suggestion was exactly what he wanted. He glanced at the presidents who were whispering to each other and asked calmly, Do you have any specific plans for taking the initiative to attack? Alexis walked to the wooden map of northern Italy that was placed in the center of the conference hall and said in a deep voice, According to the current intelligence, the Gauls that invaded Etruria this time are made up of Senones and Canomani. It is estimated that most of the young warriors of these two Gauls have joined the invading army, which is why there is such a large number of them. Therefore, their territory must be defenseless due to the lack of troops. Now, the soldiers of the 1st Legion, 2nd Legion, Legio IV, and Legio III have all gathered. They were originally prepared to reinforce the Northern Coalition army, but it seems that there is no need for them now. Why don't we transfer these legions to Brindisi, take the ships north, and land near Ariminum, now Rimini? Alexis pointed to a location on the map and said in a sonorous voice, Directly attack the Gauls' territory. At this time, Devers and the others had gathered in front of the map, their eyes focused on the landing point that Alexis mentioned. Looking at the map carefully, the other ministers realized that it was not that easy to directly attack the Gauls' territory. The Gauls' north was against the high and steep Alps, the Ligurians' territory to the west, and the Veneti's territory to the east. Almost the entire coast was occupied by these two races, and the Gauls were sandwiched in the middle. Although the Etruscan territory was to the south, there was a continuous mountain range between the two. The direct distance between the two was more than 100 miles, and there were many areas that were difficult to pass through. The lower areas were often inhabited by Gaulish tribes, mainly the Senones. If the Dionysian army wanted to attack the Gauls' territory through the mountain range, it was naturally possible to do so given the heavy losses suffered by the Gauls. However, the Dionysian army was unfamiliar with the terrain, difficult to transport, and the overall strength of the Dionysian army was weaker than the Gauls. These shortcomings would not only cause the Dionysian army to suffer heavy losses, but also slow movements, giving the Gauls on the Wave River Plain enough time to prepare their defenses, greatly reducing the effectiveness of the attack and prolonging the war. Therefore, after some analysis by the Ministry of Military Affairs, this was not a good choice. The Ligurians and the Venetians were two conservative races, and in the past they did not have much contact with the Daionia. Even if the Daionia emissary assured them that the Dionysian army was only there to attack the Gauls and would never infringe on their interests, They would not allow a strange and powerful army to land on their coast and cross their territory. If the Dionysian army were to forcibly land on their coast, it would undoubtedly trigger a new war, which was certainly not a wise move. Therefore, it seemed that the best and only place to launch the attack was Elymium, because it was the only coastal town of the Gauls. It was located to the south of the Venetians' territory, north of the Apennine Mountains and bordering the Adriatic Sea. Elymium. Devers stared at its icon, recalling the information about it. He had been busy for the past few years, and attacking the Gauls' territory was not in his plan. He did not pay much attention to the details of the Gauls' territory, so he did not have much memory of it in his mind. So he simply asked, "Is it convenient to land on the coast there? How is the situation in Elymium? Is the defense tight?" "Your Majesty," Printos explained in detail, Elymium was originally a town of the Venetians, but it was captured by the Senans more than 20 years ago. At first, they seem to have taken a fancy to the flat land around Elymium, using it to open up farmland and graze cattle and sheep. It was said that it was not until the Adriatic Sea pirates ventured into this small town and proposed to trade with the Gauls, and succeeded in exchanging some of the plundered goods for the Senans' horses that the Senans realized the benefits of sea trade. So in the past 10 years, the Senans have begun to develop the sea trade in Elymium. They expanded the city, built markets and ports in the city, and the Senans' sea trade gradually made some progress. However, they lacked sailors, so they mainly relied on merchants from other city-states to trade in Elymium. However, due to the Gauls' notoriety and the fact that they had just started to develop, there were not many merchants who were willing to trade with the city of Elymium. Most of them were pirates from the Adriatic Sea or some merchants from the Illyrian region. Occasionally, Umbrians and Frentani would take small boats to trade goods there. When the patrol ships of the first flotilla cruised in the Adriatic Sea, they carefully observed Elymium. In their report, they said that its walls were low and all made of wood, and the area of the city was not large. It was more like a Gaulish camp than a city. The city's security was lax. The coast where it was located had many gentle beaches that could accommodate hundreds of ships landing at the same time. Devers listened attentively while staring at the tentacle that extended southeast of the Gauls' territory on the map. That small area was an attempt by the Gauls, who had lived inland for many years, to move towards the sea. But now Dionia was going to disrupt their vision and longing for the sea. Devers looked back at the presidents and asked, "What do you think of the suggestion of the Ministry of Military Affairs?" Although he saw the excitement in Devers' eyes, Lucius still had to remind him, "Your Majesty, now we all know that there are 3 Gaulish tribes south of the Alps. The Senans and the Nomani suffered heavy losses in this invasion. Their territory may be defenseless, but what about Salves? They did not participate in this invasion. And according to the intelligence of the Gauls, this tribe has been developing in peace and has not expanded externally. However, their strength is the strongest among the 3 tribes. Once our army attacks the territory of their compatriots, I'm afraid the Salves will go all out to help us defend. I'm afraid this war will not end so easily." Devers pondered and did not respond. Antares laughed and said in a clear voice, "It's not a bad thing that the Salves want to join this war. We can use this as a reason to completely conquer them and solve the problem of all the Gauls south of the Alps once and for all. Lord Lucius thinks that the war will become more difficult with the participation of the Salves. That's because previously we only prepared to send the 1st, 3rd, 4th, and 5th legions. With the kingdom's abundant treasury and well-stocked granaries, we can definitely send a few more legions and defeat all the Gauls in one fell swoop, with absolute superiority." After hearing this, Devers' eyes lit up and cast an approving look at Antares. Chapter 11:26. Cypros also spoke up. "Your Majesty, if we send our army into the Wave River plains and engage in a fierce battle in the territory of the Gauls, it will inevitably cause unease among the Ligurians and the Veneti. In order to prevent accidents from happening, we can also send messengers to these 2 races, when we send our army. Tell them that the kingdom of Dionia was invaded by the Gauls, and that is why it sent its army to fight back. Also, invite them to attack the Gauls' territory together. Even if they refuse to join us, they will feel less uneasy about our sudden appearance in the wave river plains." The Devers nodded in agreement. "Your Majesty." At this time, Sidorum asked, "What should we do with the Gauls after our army has conquered them?" Sidorum's question made the Devers fall into deep thought. Because he did not have a plan to attack Mountain Gaul at this stage, he naturally did not have a detailed plan to settle the surrendered Gauls after the war. What came to his mind was the war between Caesar and Mountain Gaul in the history of his previous life. In the 8-year-long campaign, Caesar carried out a bloody conquest of the natives north of the Alps, all the way to England, and paid a heavy price in the continuous battle. Countless Gauls were killed, and finally they surrendered. As for the Montane Gaul, it seemed that after Rome became stronger, they became obedient and there was no major war. Of course, when Hannibal led the army across the Alps and attacked Rome, these Montane Gaul people joined his men and fought against the Romans. The Devers looked at Alexis and Printos with a cold glint in his eyes. In a tough tone, he said, "The Gauls are a fierce race. We should not show any mercy to them. As long as they are still fighting, the soldiers will not stop fighting and killing. Only when we are fiercer than them will they fear and surrender. If there are Gaul tribes that want to surrender, we can tell them. Surrender is fine, but they must unconditionally accept our resettlement of their territory, and they must abide by some of the decisions made by the kingdom for the surrendered Gauls. These resolutions, I'll have to discuss them with everyone before submitting them to the Senate for approval. But regardless of whether the Gauls surrender or not, some of the important towns in the Gaul territory must be captured and firmly controlled in our hands, such as Illyricum. Only by occupying it can we transport food and supplies to the army more quickly and smoothly. There's also Boloma, the central town of the Senones. Our army will only be safe if we cross the mountains from Etruria and enter the river plain. There's also Mordecaland, the central town of the Salves. Only by occupying it can we stop more Gauls from crossing the Alps and entering the river plain. "Understood, Your Majesty," Sidorum, Alexis, and Printos responded one after another. "Your Majesty, even though the Gauls have suffered heavy losses, attacking from the sea will make it easier for the Gauls to defend. Why don't we wait for the army to attack Illyricum and attract the main force of the Gauls? Then let the army led by Patroclus and Hasdrubal in Etruria attack Gaul as well. If we're worried about the difficulty of fighting in the mountains, we can let the Legio III be the vanguard." Hegemon suggested. The Devers' eyes lit up when they heard this. They couldn't help but tease. "Hegemon, this suggestion of yours is a great compliment to Alexis's attack plan. I didn't know you were so knowledgeable about military affairs. Isn't it a waste of your talent to let you just be the rotating chairman? Your Majesty, Master Hegemong's main purpose is to let the 3rd Legion join the war and earn some merits. As for the military advice that is said to be very good, it's just a lucky shot." And Terry said half-jokingly, "That's right. What lucky hit? I racked my brains to come up with this idea, and it's exactly because I took into account the fact that the Legio III is good at fighting in the mountains. Because I was thinking about this along the way, I almost got knocked down by a pedestrian." Hegemon didn't look at Antares. He complained while touching his knees with both hands, pretending to be afraid, as if it was really true. Everyone laughed, and the atmosphere in the room suddenly became a little more relaxed. Hegemon also cleverly covered up the awkwardness of Antares, secretly accusing him of favoritism. The Devers actually didn't care too much about this matter. He looked at the thin figure in front of him and asked, "Haka, what do you think of this?" "Your Majesty," Haka said unhurriedly, "now that Carthage has surrendered to the kingdom, and the Namibians in the east and west are also obedient to us, the order in the southern part of Iberia has been greatly improved under the iron fist of Administrator Bagul. Commander Sextus led the 18th Legion and the Border Legion to join forces and defeated the indigenous people who came to invade several times in the past year. He also took the initiative to attack and slaughtered a Lusitanian tribe who plundered as their second nature, which also deterred the surrounding indigenous people. Now, everything within the kingdom's sphere of influence is very stable, and the country's financial and material resources are relatively rich. And in our east, the war between Sparta and the Thebes and Athens is still ongoing, and it won't affect us for the time being. We should take advantage of such a great opportunity to concentrate our forces and completely eliminate the kingdom's biggest trouble on the Italian peninsula, the Gauls, and clear the obstacles for our complete domination of the western Mediterranean. Well said. The Devers smiled and said approvingly, "Now is indeed the best time to conquer the Gauls. Therefore, I agree with the attack plan formulated by the Ministry of Military Affairs. But just sending the 1st, 2nd, 4th, and 5th legions is not enough. The entire Apulia region is on the side of the Adriatic Sea, and it is more convenient to go to the river plain by sea. Therefore, I have decided to add the 9th, 10th, and 11th legions of this region, as well as the 1st and 2nd cavalry legions, to the attack team, a total of 7 infantry legions and 2 cavalry legions. At the same time, let the 1st Fleet act as transport and support to attack the Gauls from the side of Elymium." Without waiting for Alexis to respond, the Devers continued, "The candidate for the commander will be Prososus. In addition, transfer the Legio III to the Etruria region to assist the Northern Coalition forces in eliminating the remaining Gauls in their territory as soon as possible, and then appoint Patroclus as the commander to lead the Legio III, the 12th Legion, the 14th Legion, and the Border Legion, a total of 4 legions to cross the mountains and attack the Gauls from the south." "Yes, your majesty." Alexis, Printos, Alpines, and the other ministers of the Ministry of Military Affairs were more or less excited after listening to the doctor's order. 100,000 troops. It was another large-scale war. But compared to the war in the western Mediterranean a few years ago, the kingdom of Dionia today was much stronger. It could easily send 100,000 troops to fight, mainly in short-range wars at home. The Devers saw their excitement and shouted towards the door, "Go and get the herald." Very soon, Aristyras walked into the meeting hall. "Immediately go and inform the heads of the various departments that the palace is holding an urgent administrative meeting of the kingdom. Let them come immediately to attend." "Yes, your majesty." After Aristyras left, the Devers turned back to look at the chairman and said with a smile, "Everyone take a break for now. When everyone is here, we will discuss how to ensure the smooth progress of this war, as well as how to settle the surrendered Gauls after the war. We will make a more detailed plan." The Gauls were a semi-agricultural, semi-nomadic race. They adopted a tribal system and lived in groups. Their way of life determined that they were relatively isolated, and their surrounding environment just happened to add to this isolation. The large-scale invasion 20 years ago broadened the horizons of the Gauls, mainly the Senans, but it also deepened their blind confidence in their own strength. They did not think that they were defeated by the Rome, because Rome had been occupied by them for half a year. The Romans who were trapped in the mountains even tried to bribe them with gold and silver, begging them to retreat. The Senans believed that the reason for their final defeat was that they had conquered too many places, but they did not have enough warriors. They also had to divide their forces and garrison them. If they were too scattered, they would be easily attacked by the enemy. They had been out on the battlefield for too long, and the warriors began to get tired of fighting. There was also the dam plague. If they could learn from these lessons, the weak Etruscans, Romans, and Latins were destined to become their slaves. These thoughts were widespread in the minds of the tribal leaders and warriors who had fled back to the Senans. So when they recovered their strength, this strong unwillingness turned into the driving force for them to continue to invade the Etruscan territory. Of course, they also learned from the captured Etruscans that Rome and some nearby city-states had been occupied by the Kingdom of Dionia. In the past few years, the Senans had also heard the name Kingdom of Dionia from the merchants who came to Elymium to trade. They heard that it was a powerful kingdom in the south of this land. Speaking of powerful, aren't the Etruscans powerful? They used to occupy a large piece of land in the north, but didn't they also flee to the south after being beaten by us? Rome and other Latin city-states occupied by the Kingdom of Dionia were easily occupied by us 20 years ago. There were many Senans who thought the same, so they did not take Dionia seriously. Chapter 11:27. It was not until the border legions of Dionia arrived at the border of Etruria and began to suppress the frequent attacks of the Senans that they realized that this new force in northern Italy was not as weak as they had imagined. However, they believed that this was mainly because these attacks were organized by the tribes themselves. Their main focus was on plundering, and they did not specifically organize manpower to deal with the attacks of the Dionia. However, the fact that the Dionia were assisting the Etruscans in defending the border caught the attention of the Senans. They were worried that after the alliance between the Dionia and the Etruscans strengthened, it would cause trouble for them when they invaded the south. Therefore, they originally wanted to wait for a few years until their strength was fully restored before they marched south. However, the sudden change in the situation forced them to take action in advance. Just in case, the Senans persuaded the Nomani to go south with them. As the scale of this invasion was larger than the previous one, the Gaul leaders were full of confidence. After more than a year of fighting, they knew that the defense of the Dionia camp was tight, but there were not many of them. Therefore, when they raided, they deliberately avoided them. At first, the attack was very successful. They occupied Florentia and Arretium, but then they encountered disaster. The main invading forces of the Senans and Nomani were defeated by the reinforcements of the Dionia. Under the relentless pursuit, the defeated Gaul army could not put up any effective resistance. On the other hand, the border legions that were previously holed up in the camp took the initiative to attack. Under the terrible situation of being intercepted in front and pursued from behind, the demoralized remnants of the Gaul army were either defeated, killed, or captured. They fled into Florentia and Arretium in a panic, and were then surrounded by the Dionysian army. Only some of the warriors managed to escape into the mountains. Not long after, the Gaul in the territory south of the Po River received the news that the Gaul army heading south had suffered a crushing defeat. They panicked. They were not worried that their territory would be attacked by the enemy. After all, ever since the Gauls settled here for 100 years, they had always been the ones invading others. No other race had ever dared to invade their territory. They were worried about their loved ones in Etruria. Therefore, after the elders of the Senans and Nomani gathered and discussed, they decided to ask Salves for help. They begged him to send an army to Etruria to rescue the surrounded and captured Gaul. Just as the leaders of the three tribes were discussing, one morning, the Veneti slaves living in Aminium were fishing on their fishing boats when they suddenly saw countless huge warships appearing on the sea in the distance. Although they had occasionally seen one or two similar warships sailing past the sea near Aminium and knew that they were the warships of the Kingdom of Dionia in the south, the number of warships this time was so large that it covered the entire sea that they were at a loss of what to do. The warships sailing toward the coast near Aminium were the warships of the first fleet of Dionia, fully loaded with legions of soldiers. Since the last war, other than the Kingdom of Dionia itself, there were no other strong maritime states in the western Mediterranean Sea. Therefore, under the instructions of the King of Devers, the Ministry of Military Affairs reorganized the Navy of Dionia from the original 4 fleets to 3. The first flotilla was mainly based in Brindisi, and another naval base was located in the port of Tarentum. The first flotilla was responsible for the defense of the east and south coasts of Italy, and at the same time, monitoring the eastern Mediterranean Sea. The first flotilla was commanded by Sicurian. The second flotilla was mainly based in Lille, and another naval base was located in Catania. The second flotilla was responsible for the defense of the seas of Sicily and Africa. The second flotilla was commanded by Mytilades. The third flotilla was mainly based in Alenia, and another naval base was located in Trine. The third flotilla was responsible for the defense of the west coast of Italy, Corsica, and Sardinia, as well as the security of the remaining western Mediterranean Sea. The third flotilla was commanded by Stephacas. Among them, the first flotilla was the strongest, with a total of 550 warships. The second flotilla was slightly less, with a total of 500 warships. The third flotilla was the weakest, with a total of 150 warships. This was mainly based on the tasks they undertook and the strength of the enemies they might face. The reason why the warships of the Ionian Navy had increased a lot was mainly because during the early stages of the war in the western Mediterranean Sea, the navy of Ionia and Carthage had been seriously damaged. Both sides stepped up the construction of warships in an attempt to gain maritime superiority. However, they did not expect the war to end so quickly. Many warships were still under construction, and in the end they all belonged to Ionia. However, after Carthage surrendered to the kingdom of Ionia, some Phoenician city-states also joined the Ionia alliance. As a result, the kingdom of Ionia had no enemies in Africa. The downsizing of the second flotilla was already under consideration by the Devers and the Ministry of Military Affairs. At this moment, one after another, Ionia warships quickly sailed past the Veneti fishing boats, which were already trembling in fear, and went straight to the flat beach in front of them. Later on, what was known as the scariest day of the Mountain Gauls began. The day before they landed in Gaul, the envoys of Ionia went to Liguria and Veneti one after another. The Veneti people were more interested in attacking Gaul, but the ferocity of the Gauls had obviously left a terrible memory in their minds. In the end, they said that as long as the Dionysian army did not invade Veneti territory, they would not interfere with the Dionysian army's actions, and would even provide some material assistance. The Ligurians, on the other hand, argued endlessly about the proposal of the envoys of Ionia and could not reach an agreement. Some leaders opposed Ionia's attack on Gaul because it would destroy the existing stability in northern Italy. Some said that as long as the Dionysian army did not enter Ligurian territory, they would not interfere with the military operations of Ionia. Only a few leaders expressed their willingness to cooperate with the Dionysian army to attack the Gauls and occupy some fertile land, regardless of the response of the two races. The army of Ionia set out by ship from Brindisi according to plan. After 2 days and 2 nights of sailing, they landed on the coast near Elymium and immediately captured the defenseless city of Elymium. Then the army quickly moved west. The territory of the Senans was defenseless, and the terrain was extremely flat. The Dionysian army swept through the territory like a hot knife through butter, capturing the city of Boloma and Palma. Then the army turned north and approached Cremona, modern Cremona. At this time, the Senans hurriedly gathered all the young and strong tribesmen, about 10,000 people, to defend the north bank of the river in an attempt to stop the Dionysian army from advancing further north. At the same time, they urgently asked for help from Salves and Conomani tribes. Leotychide stationed his army on the south bank and ordered all the engineering battalion to speed up the construction of the bridge and prepare to cross the river. At the same time, he sent his army down the river in an attempt to find another place to cross. The Senanese prevented the Dionysian army from building a bridge near Cremona, and at the same time they sent some of their troops to track the enemy, even going so far as to enter the territory of the Veneti and have some conflicts with them. The territory of the Veneti was originally the whole lower reaches of the Pa, and later on the southern bank was occupied by the Senanese. While the two sides confronted each other across the river, Salves and Ermani sent as many reinforcements as they could, whether it was out of camaraderie or out of a sense of mutual dependence. The number of Gallic warriors on the north bank of the river increased to nearly 70,000, greatly boosting the confidence of the Senans. At the same time, Patroclus, who had basically wiped out the remnants of the Gaulish army in Etruria, led Legio III, 12th, and 14th legions. Under the leadership of the Border Legion, they passed through the Lucca barracks and marched first on the road by the sea, then trekked through the mountain valleys, and finally arrived at Parma. They rapidly marched east and surrounded the undefended Gallic town of Placentia, now Pichinsa, on the south bank of the river to the east of Cremona. After occupying it, the engineering battalion quickly began to build the bridge. Since there were several islands in the middle of the river near Placentia, the bridge was built very quickly. It only took a day and a half for the bridge to be built. Patroclus quickly led for legions across the river and headed straight for the central town of Salves, Midian. When the Gauls received the urgent report, they realized that they had been tricked and hurried to the rescue. Unexpectedly, when Patroclus reached Lodi, a small town on the way, he stopped and ordered his soldiers to rest and wait for the battle. When the Gallic allied army hurried to Lodi, Patroclus had already led his army to line up outside the town. At the same time, the main force led by Leotychides had also crossed the river from Placentia and hurried to the vicinity. The two Dionysian armies, one from the south and one from the north, pressed against the Gallic allied army. The Gallic allied army could not advance or retreat and was forced to fight. Thus, the only major battle between Dionia and Shan's Gaul on the river plain began in a hurry. Although some nearby Gauls heard the news and joined the battle, the Gallic allied army was in a dangerous situation from the beginning. Their numbers were far fewer than their opponents, but the Gauls fought with their lives on the line. They even used chariots against the Dionysian army for the first time. Nearly 200 chariots charged at the approaching main force of Dionia at lightning speed, attempting to disrupt the enemy's dense formation before allowing the soldiers to charge with their swords. However, Dionia's Ministry of Military Affairs had long studied the tactics of the Gauls, and Leotychides and Patroclus had specially trained for it. Thus, the light infantry that rushed out of the formation first attacked the war horse that carried the chariots from afar. Then, the heavy infantry quickly turned into a checkerboard formation, widening the gap between the divisions and leaving a path for the remaining Gallic chariots. Even if the chariots charged into the formation, they would not be able to cause much damage and would be quickly destroyed. Chapter 11:28. However, the Dionia Ministry of Military Affairs had long studied the tactics of the Gauls, and Leotychides and Patroclus had also specially trained for it. Therefore, the light infantry, who rushed out of the formation, first attacked the war horses, carrying the carriages from a distance. Then, the heavy infantry quickly turned into a checkerboard formation, widening the gap between the units and leaving a path for the remaining Gallic chariots. Even if the chariots rushed into the formation, they would not be able to cause much damage to the formation and would be quickly destroyed. On the other hand, the charge of the Gauls was met with the javelins of the heavy infantry of Dionia, resulting in many casualties. In close combat, although the Gauls attacked fiercely with their greatswords, they were facing the most elite soldiers of Dionia, the 1st, 2nd, and Legio III. Moreover, the 14th and 12th legions were not afraid after several victories against the invading Gauls in Etruria. Therefore, the entire front line stood firm, while more soldiers quickly attacked the flanks of the Gauls, gradually surrounding them, supported by the belief of defending their homeland. The Gauls fought bitterly for more than 2 hours before they were finally defeated. The Dionysian army took the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, while the 2 cavalry legions continued to pursue them. The Gauls fled in disorder, and there were countless casualties, and captives. After that, the Dionia army was even more unstoppable, and in just over 2 months, they occupied the entire territory of Mountain Gaul. It was now the 21st year of the kingdom, 373 BC. The conquest of Gaul by the Holy Kingdom of Dionia had shocked the whole of northern Italy. The Venetians, Umbrians, and even some Ligurians had taken the initiative to send envoys to ask for an alliance or goodwill with Dionia. The allies in central and northern Italy were even more determined to follow the kingdom of Dionia closely. Many Latin allies saw that the 14th Legion's Roman soldiers had gained a lot of land after the war, and they clamored for the city-states to merge with the kingdom of Dionia in order to enjoy such benefits. The conquest of Mountain Gaul by the Holy Kingdom of Dionia caused a great stir in the entire western Mediterranean. But for the Greeks, except for a few who paid attention to the matter, most people were still focused on Sparta, Thebes, and Athens. The war in Greece had lasted for several years, and there was still no sign of an end. The expedition to Kerkyra was the first battle commanded by the famous general of Athens, Iphicrates, after returning to Athens after fighting for the king of Persia in Egypt. The battle went very well, and the Sparta army stationed on the island of Kerkyra was defeated. But soon Iphicrates encountered a shortage of military funds. He had to let his soldiers work in the fields of the Kerkyra people in order to make ends meet. At the same time, Iphicrates had to ask for help from his good friend in the army, the chief general of Athens, Callistratus. Callistratus had realized that it would be difficult to continue the war in this state, so he decided to return to Athens and persuade the citizens, either provide regular military funds for the fleet or make peace. However, when he returned to Athens, he found that the citizens of Athens were focused on one thing, the trial of Timotheus. Because of the previous loss of Kerkyra, the citizens of Athens blamed Timotheus, and some people even reported him for corruption and malfeasance during the expedition. So the citizens were excited and immediately put him on trial, completely forgetting that it was Timotheus who first led the army to recapture the island of Kerkyra and made the Kerkyra people join the Athens alliance. During this period, Athens only provided a small amount of military funds, and most of it was raised by Timotheus himself. However, the trial lasted for several months, and there was no definite result. This was mainly because Timotheus was quite famous in Greece, and he received strong support that ordinary people could not hope to obtain. Even the tyrant of Thessaly, Iazon, and King Alcides of Epirus personally came to Athens to prove his innocence. It was because of Timotheus' unremitting efforts that these two kings temporarily joined the Athens alliance, and it was also through them that Timotheus was able to borrow money to carry out the expedition of Kerkyra. Because of the previous military funds and the long period of the trial, Timotheus was almost bankrupt. Now, in order to entertain these two distinguished guests and to make their daily lives match their status, Timotheus had no choice but to ask for help from his wealthy neighbor, the banker Passion. At the end of the trial, Timotheus was acquitted, but it was not because of the support of Iazon and Alcides. The citizens of Athens actually looked down on these two powerful figures from northern Greece and regarded them as barbarians. The main reason was because Callistratus told them that Kerkyra had been recaptured. Although Timotheus regained his freedom, the treasurer of the army that he was leading was tried, convicted of corruption and malfeasance, and finally sentenced to death. The people of Athens no longer trusted Timotheus, and Timotheus was completely disappointed with the people of Athens. This man of Athens, who had excellent leadership skills, especially in naval battles, soon left Athens and turned to serve Persia. After the repeated failures of Kerkyra, the disappointment of the people of Sparta increased day by day. On the other hand, the attacks on the Thebes on land still did not make any progress. In addition, there were a few earthquakes in the coastal areas of Peloponnesus that year. The panicked people of Sparta hurriedly sent people to Delphi to ask for an oracle. The priests of Delphi had long been tired of the endless war, because the flames of war had spread to the territory of Phocis. Delphi was located in the Phocis region, so they asked the Pythia to give an oracle. This was Poseidon's anger towards Sparta's continuous warlike behavior. Therefore, Sparta finally decided to seek true peace. They still hoped to bring peace to Greece through the mediation of the king of Persia, just like in the previous Corinth War. Although the kingdom of Ionia, which was not far from Sparta, also had the ability to be a mediator, for some reason, the people of Sparta did not have this idea at all, so they sent messengers to the court of Persia. Coincidentally, the people of Athens also had this plan. Because the war had continued until now, military expenses had become a huge burden for the people of Athens, and it was even possible that the citizens' viewing allowance would be reduced because of this. Another important reason was that not only did the Thebes not weaken in this war, but they also became stronger with the help of Athens. Not only did they unify more than half of the city-states of Boeotia, but they gradually began to gain the upper hand in the confrontation with the allied forces of Sparta. The strength they displayed also made the people of Athens feel afraid. After all, before the Corinth War, Athens and the Thebes had been mortal enemies for decades. This year, especially, the Thebes raided Plataea in the southeast of Boeotia. Plataea, a small mountain state that had suffered many disasters, was once besieged by the allied forces of Sparta because it had resolutely supported Athens in the War of Peloponnesus, and was eventually destroyed. At the beginning of this war, in order to contain the Thebes, Sparta allowed the exiles of Plataea to return to their homeland and rebuild their homes. Because of its extremely important strategic position, it was the only place that the Sparta allied forces had to pass through from land through the Isthmus of Corinth, over the mountains, and into the Boeotia area. The Thebes had long intended to include it in the Boeotia alliance. Taking advantage of the fact that the attacks of the Sparta army were weakening and their own strength was increasing, they repeatedly sent messengers to persuade Plataea. While the people of Plataea perfunctorily said that they would consider it carefully, they quietly sent people to Athens, hoping to rejoin the Athens alliance. This matter was noticed by the Thebes. Under the suggestion of Peropides, the Thebes army raided Plataea and quickly occupied the city. They expelled the people of Plataea from their territory, and many people were forced to flee to Athens. When Isocrates learned of this, he immediately wrote a speech called On Plataea to express sympathy for their tragic fate, and at the same time he condemned the evil acts of the Thebes. Although this incident did not make the two powerful city-states of Greece officially turn against each other, it undoubtedly further alienated the relationship between the two sides. Callistratus made good use of these reasons to persuade the people at the citizens' assembly to decide to make peace with Sparta and stop the war. The people of Athens also did not consider inviting Dionia as a mediator. First of all, they thought that inviting a former city-state to preside over the meeting was somewhat shameful for Athens. Moreover, the incessant propaganda of Isocrates in the past few years had also made Athens wary of Dionia. Secondly, as a mediator of this war, they needed to have enough strength and influence in Greece. Dionia had never set foot in Greece before, and it had signed a long-term peace agreement with Sparta. On the contrary, although Persia was thousands of miles away, it had been waving its sleeves in the city-states of Greece, constantly using money to win over this and attack that. The successful signing of the Great King's contract a few years ago had already demonstrated its influence in Greece. Therefore, Athens also sent messengers to Persia. After the Thebes learned that both Sparta and Athens had sent messengers to Persia to seek support, they became a little anxious. During the discussion, Peropides proposed for the first time to seek support from Dionia. As the Thebes had become stronger in the past 2 years, the Sparta coalition could no longer blockade the Thebes. Therefore, the leaders of the Thebes learned more about the outside world. What surprised them the most was that Dionia had defeated Carthage and become the overlord of Greece and Sicily. In the impression of the native Greeks, only these two places and Carthage were civilized places in the western Mediterranean. The other places were barbarian and not worth their attention. This showed that the kingdom of Dionia was very powerful and close to the Thebes. It had even sold food to the Thebes when they were in the most difficult times, expressing goodwill. Therefore, if they could get its support, the Thebes would not be afraid of Persia, which was thousands of miles away. Chapter 11:29. Peropides' proposal was supported by Epaminondas. Since Epaminondas' former teacher was Lysis of the Pythagorean school of Tarentum, he knew more about the kingdom of Dionia. But other than that, the other leaders of the Thebes expressed strong opposition. The reason was simple. The Thebes government had never had any contact with the kingdom of Dionia before. On the contrary, their enemy, Sparta, had maintained a 20-year peace agreement with this kingdom in the west. Without knowing the details of the other party, they rashly invited the other party to intervene in the disputes in Greece. Once Dionia changed its mind and supported Sparta, the Thebes might not even have time to cry. What's more, the strength of Persia was well known. Dionia might not dare to take the risk of offending Persia, which supported Sparta. In order to support the Thebes did not know that the kingdom of Dionia and Persia had fallen out in the Western Mediterranean War. Most of the Thebes chose to seek the support of Persia. Although Persia had been nominally a supporter of Sparta for many years, the Greek city-states had dealt with Persia a lot. They knew that Persia was capricious and unpredictable. Now, they supported Sparta only out of interest. Before this, Sparta had beaten the Persia army in Minor Siasia. Therefore, as long as the envoys of the Thebes performed well, they might be able to win over Persia. After some debate, the Thebes government decided to also send envoys to Persia, and the envoys were led by the charismatic leader of the Thebes, Peropides. When Peropides arrived in Persia, it was already the 22nd year of the Holy Kingdom of Dionia, 372 BC, where Artaxerxes, the king of Persia, lived. He entered the main gate and set foot on the famous parade street. The ground was covered with colorful glazed bricks, and the streets were magnificent. Peropides was shocked for a while. He raised his eyes and looked forward. The first thing that came into view was the most amazing building in the city of Babylon. It was a magnificent pagoda temple. It stood high in the center of the city, overlooking the huge city. Any Babylonian would be full of admiration when facing it. This was the Artaminangi, also known as the Tower of Babel, which was called by the Babylonians as the palace between the immortal world and the mortal world. At the end of the parade street was the palace of the king of Persia. This palace was also made of colorful bricks, and at the same time it was inlaid with gold, silver, lapis lazuli, ivory, cedarwood, and other precious materials. It was extremely splendid, showing the wealth and luxury of the royal family of Persia. When the Babylonians passed by it, they all lowered their heads to show their obedience to the royal power. When Peropides heard that the messengers from Sparta and Athens had been received by the king of Persia, he was worried that this powerful eastern king would refuse to meet him because of the bad words of the first two messengers. However, he didn't expect that not only did Artaxerxes meet him, but he also listened to his story about how the Thebes had been persecuted by Sparta over the past few years, and how they had to resist the Sparta in order to not be destroyed. Peropides spoke with sincerity and was very practical. He was not as pompous as the messengers from Athens, nor was he as arrogant as the messengers from Sparta. This caused Artaxerxes to have a good impression of Peropides. Artaxerxes praised Peropides for behaving like a noble. He even had a simple discussion with Peropides about what the Thebes would say about the terms of the armistice if the Thebes and Sparta reached an armistice. After receiving Peropides, Artaxerxes also ordered his men to receive Peropides well. Peropides was excited by the king of Persia's kind attitude towards him. When the messenger from Athens, Timagoras, and the messenger from Sparta, Leticlus, heard the news, they both felt nervous and hurriedly moved around. In fact, the reason why Artaxerxes was so friendly to the messengers from Thebes was partly because of Peropides' charm, but the main reason was that he hoped to achieve peace in Greece, and this goal could not be achieved without the compromise of the Thebes, the main party. It had been almost 30 years since Artaxerxes ascended the throne of Persia. Other than the initial uproar caused by Cyrus the Younger's attempt to usurp the throne, the political situation in the country had been relatively stable. However, his performance in the war had been criticized by the people of Persia. When Artaxerxes first ascended the throne, a small group of Greek mercenaries killed their way in and out of the hinterland of Persia. The powerful Persia could not do anything to them. This made the Greeks excited and the people of Persia depressed. Then the Egyptians declared their independence, drove away the troops stationed in Egypt, and confiscated the fertile lands that were distributed to many nobles in Persia. The king of Sparta, Agesilaus, led his army to invade Asia Minor and defeated the armies of several governors of Persia. After much difficulty, he organized an army to try to re-enslave Egypt, but in the end he encountered a rare flood on the Nile. In addition, the generals were not on good terms with each other, and in the end he returned without any success because of the dissatisfaction of the people, the year before last. When the Dukia people in the mountainous area of Armenia in the north of Persia rebelled, he finally decided to lead the army himself. He wanted to conquer these barbarians and show off his martial prowess. Although he only led 30,000 infantry and 5,000 cavalry. The region of Armenia was filled with mountains and precipitous ridges, and it was extremely difficult to pass through. Furthermore, the land in that region was barren and food was not abundant. Not only was it impossible to obtain food locally to fill the stomachs of the soldiers, it was also impossible to import the required amount of food from other regions in a short period of time. The only way was to slaughter the beasts of burden that carried the goods. In the end, Artaxerxes did not even have enough food for himself, and he was almost surrounded by the Dukia people. In the end, with the help of his minister, Tribasus, he was able to escape. Artaxerxes was already 60 years old, and the shock of the battlefield made him seriously ill. It also temporarily extinguished the fantasy of obtaining unparalleled martial prowess with his own hands like his ancestor, Darius, and leaving his name in the annals of history. After recovering from his illness, he immediately took a concubine, using this happy event to dilute his depressed mood, and this young concubine was his biological daughter, Amestris. Of course, the people of Persia did not feel that there was anything wrong with this, because this was the tradition of the Persia royal family. For example, in the past, King Cambyses had married his two sisters, who were later married by Darius, who usurped the throne, and gave birth to the incomparably noble fourth king of Persia, Artaxerxes. Now, the envoys of Sparta, Athens, and the Thebes had arrived one after another, allowing Artaxerxes to see an opportunity that was delivered to his doorstep, a good opportunity for Persia to better control the mainland of Greece, and this could be achieved without the need for a war. Therefore, he received the envoys of all three parties with great respect, without any distinction between them. A few days later, he gathered all three envoys together and asked his most trusted minister, Tarabasus, to be the host of the meeting. Rather than a meeting, it was more like a small banquet. Everyone had a table in front of them, filled with delicious food, and there were beautiful Persia maids accompanying them. However, the faces of the three envoys did not look relaxed at all, because they knew that after a few days of contact, the people of Persia would finally show their attitude and who they would give more support to. Tarabasus saw the tension on their faces, compared to the envoy of the Thebes, Peropides, who was calmer. No wonder the king liked this Thebes more. Even though he was not as humble as the other two envoys in front of the king, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Tarabasus coughed softly, and after attracting the attention of the three envoys, he said in a clear voice, "Three envoys, before we meet, the king specifically asked me to express his gratitude to you, to thank you for your trust in the king, and to travel thousands of miles to seek help from him. Since the king ascended the throne, he has always shown great kindness to the Greek city-states, even though during this period, the Greeks helped the evil traitor, Iurus the Younger, to disturb Persia, and later the Sparta invaded Persia's Asia Minor." Although Tarabasus did not specifically look at the envoy of Sparta when he said these words, Laticary still felt embarrassed, because these two incidents were directly or indirectly related to the Sparta. However, the king did not hold a grudge because of this, and his kindness towards the Greeks did not change because of this. Therefore, when the Kyrian War broke out, the Greek city-states fought each other out of hatred, completely ignoring the fact that the people were displaced and their families were separated because of the war. The king made great efforts to let the states in the war sit at the negotiating table, and only then did the king's agreement was signed. The city-states that signed the agreement included Sparta, Athens, and the Thebes. However, the peace in Greece has only been a few years, and war broke out again. Until today, it has not subsided yet. This made the king very sad. Fortunately, you have realized the harm of war and are actively looking for a solution. The king's opinion is, Peropides and the other two immediately straightened their faces and pricked up their ears to listen. Tarabasus was satisfied with their reaction. He said in a serious tone, "The king hopes that the parties involved in the war will negotiate as soon as possible and restore peace. In the peace agreement, the independence and freedom of the parties involved will be guaranteed as much as possible, and the interests of the states will be protected as much as possible." Before Tarabasus could finish his words, Laticary could not sit still anymore. He immediately interrupted. Protect as much as possible the interests of all parties? What does this sentence mean? The Thebes shamelessly declared that the entire Pyotia region should belong to the Thebes, and used this reason to attack many city-states in the Pyotia region. Are we also going to support such an arrogant request? Lord Tarabasis, I'm sure you know that during the war a few decades ago, when the noble king of Persia, Xerxes' army entered central Greece with the help of the Thebes, the Pyotia region with the Thebes as the center was a whole. However, in recent years there have been frequent wars, causing it to fall apart. Now, we, the Thebes, just want to restore our former state. Chapter 1130. Peropides then looked at Liticles and said calmly, Sparta, on the other hand, has never heard of you owning all of Greece. However, in recent years, whether it is central Greece or northern Greece, I have seen you sending troops to start wars everywhere. Thebes was once occupied by you, and the port of Piraeus in Athens was also innocently harmed by you. From this point of view, it seems that Sparta is the biggest obstacle to restoring peace in Greece. Do you think I am right, Timagoras? Timagoras was silent and did not respond. Liticles was agitated and wanted to refute, but Tarabasis said loudly, Sparta indeed has a great responsibility for the wars in Greece. The king has given Sparta a lot of support, but Sparta has betrayed the king's trust. This is indeed a pity. At this point, Tarabasis saw that Liticles' face was ashen and sneered in his heart. Vulgar, rude, stupid, and incompetent Sparta barbarians! If it was not for the fact that we still need you and do not let the king's efforts over the years go to waste, we would have already united the other Greek cities to destroy you. Just you wait. One day, we will settle the score with Sparta. But the king believes that Sparta will learn from the past and once again shoulder the heavy responsibility of maintaining peace in Greece. Of course, this will also require the full support of Athens, Thebes, and other cities. As for how you will negotiate and sign a new peace treaty, we, Persia, will not interfere. But the king hopes that the previous treaty will be used as a basis. For any city that does not negotiate seriously or even intentionally obstructs, and still wants to continue the war, they will bear the wrath of the king. Persia will fully support its enemies to completely destroy them. Tarabasis' last few words were spoken with great force, and it shocked Peropides and the others. They could feel that the king of Persia was indeed very concerned about the restoration of peace in Greece. Tarabasis suddenly sighed and said, The reason why the king is so concerned about Greece is because the Greeks have a small population and poor land, but you have always been able to fight against our powerful Persia. This has made him admire you very much. In his heart, he has always thought that the Greeks are the masters of the west of the Mediterranean Sea. But now the situation has changed. During the frequent wars, a country called Dionia appeared in your colony, Great Greece. It is like a monster. In a short period of 20 years, not only did it conquer many foreign races, it also annexed many Greek states. Even Carthage has become its vassal. Now, it has become the ruler of the sea west of Greece. I am afraid that it will soon turn its greedy mouth towards the nearby Greece. If Greece does not quickly and unite to defend against this powerful enemy, only death awaits for you and states Crotone, Locke, Cotterai, and Syracuse. Therefore, the king hopes that after peace is achieved, you can form a new alliance to protect the safety of Greece. It could be said that the war in the western Mediterranean Sea that happened thousands of miles away originally had nothing to do with Persia. However, the destruction of the Eastern Phoenician fleet and the subsequent refusal of Persia's envoy to Dionia to ask for a truce had greatly hurt the pride of the king of Persia, Artaxerxes. Even the most rebellious Sparta and Athens had to crawl under my feet in the end. How dare a small barbarian kingdom be so arrogant? They said that the western Mediterranean Sea is the territory of Dionia. If Persia wants to intervene, they should send their army. This was how Artaxerxes felt when he heard the messenger's exaggerated story. Although Dionia was thousands of miles away, Artaxerxes had always held a grudge against them. Now he finally found an opportunity to fight back against the kingdom of Dionia that dared to offend his dignity. After listening to the words of Tarabasis, the expressions of the three envoys were slightly complicated, and their minds were filled with thoughts. I heard that in the war in the western Mediterranean Sea, Persia had sent a fleet to participate in the war, but they suffered a crushing defeat. It seems that this is true. No wonder the king of Persia received us so warmly this time, and was so eager for us to reach peace. But to defend against Dionia, which is very aggressive in military and trade, this is in line with the interests of Athens and the demands of the people. But should we establish another alliance? But if this alliance is led by Sparta again, will it harm the interests of Athens? I am afraid that these decisions can only be made after going back to discuss. This was what Timagoras thought, forming an alliance to fight against Dionia. Litycrae's mood was a little complicated. As Sparta had participated in the expeditionary army of Persia, they had long noticed the establishment of Dionia by mercenary leaders. Compared to other Greek city-states, they understood the entire process of Dionia's gradual development from a weak city-state to a powerful kingdom. During this process, it was not that Sparta did not use stratagems to obstruct its development. This was because they remembered the threat that the king of Dionia had once said to them. Therefore, even though the peace agreement was still in effect, they were always worried about the retaliation of Dionia, especially now that Sparta was deeply involved in the war with the Thebes. Therefore, the proposal of Persia was very tempting to Litycrae, because if it could be realized, it would undoubtedly give Sparta a guarantee of security. But at the same time, he was also worried that the establishment of this alliance would really anger Dionia. Could it really resist the possible attack of Dionia? After all, Sparta had some understanding of the strength of Dionia. And Peropides looked at Tarabasis in surprise. He seemed to have heard another meaning from the words of the favorite minister of the king of Persia. Strange, the people of Persia seemed to be afraid of Dionia. Is the strength of the kingdom of Dionia really that strong? He pondered for a moment, then said, Lord Tarabasis, the suggestion of the king of Persia is very good, but I have a small question. What is it? Tarabasis looked at him. As far as I know, Sparta has always been in close contact with the kingdom of Dionia that you just mentioned, and they have signed a long-term alliance agreement. Is it possible for such a city-state to lead the Greeks against Dionia? Shut your mouth. Don't spout nonsense if you don't know anything. Litycrae interrupted him and emphasized loudly, the agreement that Sparta and Dionia signed is a non-aggression pact. In fact, the relationship between us, Sparta and Dionia, is not good. The king is aware of this situation, so the king still suggested that Sparta should lead the Greeks to defend against the possible invasion of Dionia. But in order to clear the doubts of the other city-states, it is best for Sparta to draw a clear line with Dionia as soon as possible and cut off all contact. Tarabasis looked at Litycrae coldly, then looked at the other two messengers and said in a deep voice, The king is very concerned about the safety of Greece and will support you in restoring peace. He will also fully support you in forming an alliance to defend against Dionia. However, if there are any city-states that are still provoking war or refusing to join the alliance, defending against Dionia, or even secretly colluding with them, then we, Persia, will appeal to the other Greek city-states to unite and destroy them. If Dionia really invades Greece one day, the king promises that he will support the alliance of Greece with a huge amount of wealth and resources, and at the same time a strong navy, to help the Greeks to repel the evil wolf in the west. Tarabasis' resolute words contained a strong threat, and at the same time displayed the generosity and kindness of Persia. Peropides and the other two were only messengers of the city-states, so they could not directly make a promise. They could only calculate and weigh the pros and cons in their hearts, so that when they returned to the city-state, they could persuade the people to make a certain choice. Therefore, the three of them unanimously maintained their silence. However, for Tarabasis, he had already completely conveyed the intentions of the king of Persia to the three messengers. His goal had been achieved, and he did not want to stay here with the Greeks any longer. So the banquet ended abruptly. However, after the three of them returned to their respective rooms, the messenger of Athens, Timagoras, who was the most silent during the banquet, quietly knocked on the door of the messenger of Sparta. When he saw Liticary, he said with a straight face, "Athens and Sparta need to have a good talk." Before the three messengers left Persia, Artaxerxes once again met with them. He once again reiterated his hope that Greece would restore peace and form an alliance to defend against Ionia. After that, he showed his generosity and gave the three messengers a generous reward. Among them, he even gave the Spartan messenger, Liticary, a floral crown soaked in perfume that he often wore. He also heard that Timagoras, the messenger of Athens, loved to drink milk, so he specially gave him more than a dozen cows of good quality. Only Peropides did not show any special treatment, which was somewhat different from his previous behavior when he met with the three messengers. Other than that, he summoned Liticary one more time and specifically mentioned the matter of the friendly agreement between Sparta and Ionia. With a serious expression, he reminded Liticary that Sparta must sever its relations with Ionia, or else Persia would turn to support its enemies, Thebes. Due to the pressure exerted by the king of Persia, Liticary seemed to have a lot on his mind on the way back. Peropides was also uneasy. Although the king of Persia treated him well in Babylon, he could feel that the people of Persia trusted and supported Sparta more. Moreover, during the previous meeting, they specifically mentioned that it would be better to negotiate peace based on the Great Agreement. This made him very worried. Chapter 1131. The one who was the most relaxed was Timagoras. Not only did he use this opportunity to reach an agreement with the Sparta emissary on certain aspects, he also completed the task that Callistratus had given him before he left. He also obtained a lot of wealth. The initial harvest this time was quite rich, and it would increase his influence among the people of Athens. However, not long after he returned to Athens, Timagoras was reported by the people, saying that he took bribes in Persia, sold the secrets of Athens, and betrayed the city-state. In addition, there were also many rumors in Athens, mainly saying that he behaved wretchedly in Babylon and did not perform as well as Peropides of the Thebes. He was despised by the people of Persia, and he was a disgrace to the people of Athens. It did not take long for the government of Athens to put Timagoras on trial. Although he tried his best to defend himself and hired a good lawyer, the majority of the citizens on the jury still found him guilty. In the end, he was sentenced to death. After Liticary returned to Sparta, the tough demands made by the people of Persia also caused a great stir in Sparta. Agesilaus, who had always paid more attention to Dionia, strongly objected. He reminded loudly, after Dionia defeated Carthage, their national power became stronger, and they have become a great threat to us, Sparta. Fortunately, there is the existence of the friendly agreement, and this kingdom has always kept its promises. So even though we have done some bad things to them during the period of the agreement, they have always maintained a state of peace with Sparta. Now, we want to take the initiative to cancel the agreement, giving them an excuse. Once Dionia intervenes in this war, it will inevitably bring disaster to the Sparta army that is fighting against the Thebes. Another king of Sparta, Cleombrotus, stood up and firmly supported meeting the demands of the people of Persia. His reasons were equally good. This war has lasted until now, and it is difficult for us, Sparta, to continue. If we break off relations with Dionia, we will not get the support of Persia. If the king of Persia really turns to support our enemy, the Thebes, as he said, then Sparta will face a great danger of being defeated. If we cancel the friendly agreement with Dionia, we will get the full support of Persia. Then we will be like the Corinth War. Not only will we end this war quickly, but we will also become the hegemon of Greece again. At that time, even if Dionia declares war on us, we can gather the forces of the whole of Greece to fight against them. Moreover, judging from the fact that Persia is so eager to threaten us to cut off relations with Dionia, the king of Persia is hostile to Dionia. He will definitely support us in the war against Dionia. We can take advantage of this favorable situation to defeat the people of Dionia and get rid of this hidden danger that has been worrying us for a long time. It is said that Dionia sent 100,000 troops in the war with Carthage. Peloponnesus and Dionia are separated by the narrow Adriatic Sea. Once the friendly agreement is terminated and Dionia really declares war on us, Sparta, these 100,000 troops are likely to land in Peloponnesus. How should we deal with it then? Teacher Aegisai asked with a serious expression. Cleombrotus had long lost the fear and naivety he had when he was pushed to the throne in a hurry. He calmly replied, "Don't forget, Dionysius also led 100,000 troops to attack the people of Carthage in western Sicily. But in fact, we all know that his real combat power is the tens of thousands of mercenaries. Do you dare to say that the 100,000 troops of Dionia are all elites? I don't think so. On the contrary, after we re-establish the agreement with the Greek city-states, if Dionia really dares to send troops to land in Peloponnesus, we can just call on the Greek city-states to resist the invasion of Dionia. With the help of Persia, we can build an army and defeat them. Not only will we completely solve the hidden worries of Sparta, but we can also increase the influence of Sparta in Greece." Agesilaus frowned and reminded, "Since the establishment of Dionia, they have never suffered a defeat in the war they experienced. Even if their army is not all elites, their combat power is definitely not weak. And they are from the army of the same country. Even if we can call on the city-states to build an army, this army will certainly not be as united as them, and it will not be conducive to command. The respectable Agesilaus!" Cleombrotus suddenly sneered. "All these years we, Sparta, have commanded the coalition of other city-states to fight against the enemy, and we won more than we lost. This is a talent that our Sparta generals must have. More than 10 years ago, you even commanded the people of Asia Minor to fight against Persia. Why are you saying that what we are doing is wrong?" Without waiting for Agesilaus to respond, Cleombrotus looked around, suddenly raised his voice, and said loudly, "The so-called Dionysian army is always victorious. That is because they have not encountered us, Sparta. Do you still remember the threats that the king of Dionia said to us before we signed the first friendly agreement with Dionia? All these years he has been peeping at us like a poisonous snake on the west coast of the Adriatic Sea, causing us to be on tenterhooks and not dare to slack off. Maybe now is the time to solve this problem. Wise elders and inspectors, whether Sparta can overcome this difficulty depends on your decision." Agesilaus looked at Cleombrotus, who was giving an impassioned speech in the middle of the hall. For some reason, the scene of him defeating his nephew Leotychides and seizing the throne more than 20 years ago appeared in his mind. Now that he was old and weak, did he really not have the courage to do so? Agesilaus hesitated. Breaking off relations with Dionia and offending Dionia might lead to war, but not breaking off relations would also offend Persia, which would turn to support Thebes. Not only would the current war not stop, but it would also become more difficult. This was a dilemma. Agesilaus opened his mouth, but in the end he did not refute. Then the 30 elders of Sparta, including the 2 kings, voted on whether to cancel the friendly agreement with Dionia. These Spartan nobles who were over 60 years old might have rich life experiences, but most of them were conservative and only sought stability in everything. Although Dionia was closer to Peloponnesus, it had never set foot in Greece. On the contrary, Persia, which was thousands of miles away, had always exerted influence on Greece. Whether it was the War of Peloponnesus or the War of Corinth, Persia had helped Sparta greatly. These elders were undoubtedly people who had personally experienced these wars and felt it deeply. But the final result of the vote was 2020. In fact, Agesilaus' influence played a big role in it. Compared to Cleombrotus, who had not performed well in military affairs, many elders were more willing to believe in the wise and prestigious Agesilaus. Now, the final decision fell on the hands of the 5 censors. The censors of Sparta had a lot of power. They could investigate and supervise the king and elders, and were responsible for diplomacy and supervision of the army. However, they were chosen from ordinary civilians. These civilians received arduous military training from a young age and continued to fight when they grew up. They only left collective life at the age of 30. Other than being proficient in military skills, most of them did not know much about politics, diplomacy, and other aspects. There were not many citizens who were as knowledgeable and politically intelligent as Cleombrotus. That was why Sparta had always been tough against outsiders. They would only choose to retreat when they suffered a heavy setback. But this year, all 5 censors chose to sever ties with Dionia. The reason was simple. The war with the Thebes had not made any significant progress, and the country was in dire straits. The soldiers were constantly injured, and the people were suffering. The war weariness was very strong. The choice of the censors reflected the public opinion at this time. The people of Sparta desperately wanted to stop the war and restore peace. As for the possibility that this would lead to a stronger enemy, Dionia, they did not think that far ahead. This result did not disappoint Agesilaus. Instead, he breathed a sigh of relief. Since the gods had made a choice for Sparta, he did not need to worry about anything else. Seeing Agesilaus stand up again, Cleombrotus could not help but say proudly, "Now that the resolution to sever ties with Dionia has been passed, it's useless even if you want to refute it." Agesilaus ignored him and looked around at the crowd. "Even if we have decided to sever ties with Dionia, we should at least send a messenger who can speak and explain to the king of Dionia why we have no choice but to sever ties. If we are sincere enough, I believe that Dionia will not be angered and declare war on us at a critical time when we are negotiating with the Thebes. I've said it before, Sparta is not afraid to fight with Dionia. We can use this opportunity to get rid of this big problem." Cleombrotus reminded with dissatisfaction. "King Agesilaus is right. If we can reach a peace treaty with the Thebes and Athens, and we can temporarily avoid a war with Dionia, that would be the best." Not only did most of the elders agree with this, even the inspectors did not have any objections. However, they were troubled by the choice of the messenger, because from the few times they had dealings with Dionia, the king of Dionia was not a person who was easy to talk to. So sending a messenger who was familiar with him and good at diplomacy to Thurii would definitely have a much better effect. However, both Callisops and Phoebidas had died in battle, and the rest of Sparta was completely unfamiliar with Dionia. Chapter 1132. I recommend a person to be the envoy of Sparta to Dionia. I believe he will be able to complete this mission. Agesilaus looked at the puzzled eyes of the crowd and said loudly, "This person is Xenophon." Cleombrotus was taken aback and immediately retorted, "You're out of your mind. Xenophon is not a citizen of Sparta. How can he be the envoy of Sparta?" Agesilaus was not angered by Cleombrotus' impolite words. He calmly said, "Xenophon has lived in Sparta for more than 20 years and has participated in many battles with the citizens. Even when facing his mother state, Athens, he did not stop waving his spear. His achievements are no less than our warriors. Moreover, he also used the pen in his hand to promote the excellence of our Sparta political system to the Greek city-states, increasing our influence on our allies. This is something that we, Sparta, cannot do. In addition, his son has always served Sparta and is still fighting in the Boeotia region. Such a Greek scholar who has made so many contributions to Sparta. Even if he does not have the identity of a citizen of Sparta, his actions have proven that he is a citizen of Sparta and an excellent citizen of Sparta. As for why I recommend him to be the envoy to Dionia, it is because he participated in the Persia expedition and later became a mercenary leader in the expedition. I once heard from Chrysippus that during the Persia expedition, Xenophon had a deep friendship with the current king of Dionia and the Devers. I believe that with him as the envoy to Dionia, the effect will definitely be better than others. Despite Agesilaus' full recommendation and Xenophon's good reputation in Sparta, the conservative Sparta elders and censors still had a heated debate about this. Finally, at the end of the 22nd year of the kingdom, 372 BC, the Sparta Council of Elders finally made a strange decision. They appointed a Sparta general as the envoy and Xenophon as the deputy envoy to Dionia, but all the negotiations with Dionia would be handled by Xenophon. This was Xenophon's first trip to the western Mediterranean Sea. The moment he stepped onto the passenger ship, he could not help but feel emotional. In the past few decades, it was not that he had never thought of visiting Dionia. Even after Dionia held the Greek Scholars' Conference, they had sent him many invitations, but he did not go in the end. One of the reasons was that he knew that Sparta, where he settled, was hostile to Dionia, and Aeneas, the king of Sparta, who had always taken care of him, was even more wary of him. If he rashly went to Sparta, the people of Sparta would definitely hold a grudge. Another reason was that he had rejected the invitation sent by the Devers when they went to Great Greece. Now that the Devers had established a great career in the western Mediterranean Sea, he could not go there in excitement. After all, he had his own pride. Now that Sparta had given him this mission, he finally had the opportunity to see the kingdom of Dionia established by his former good friend, the Devers, with his own eyes. The route Xenophon took to Thurii was almost the same as the route Chrysippus took to Thurii, but after more than 10 years of development, the situation was completely different. Not long after the passenger ship passed by Kekala Island and crossed the midline of the entrance to the Adriatic Sea, it encountered a patrol fleet of Dionia. It was a fleet consisting of 4 three-oared warships and 8 small and medium-sized warships. When the captain of the passenger ship told him that it was a patrol fleet of Dionia, he could not believe it. The strength of such a fleet was close to the naval configuration of some of the medium-sized city-states in Greece. Some city-states were even weaker than them. And this was just a patrol fleet of Dionia. So Xenophon asked twice. After getting a definite answer, he was still skeptical. He even thought that Dionia was deliberately expanding the size of its patrol fleet to intimidate the surrounding forces. The passenger ship landed at the port of Odlum. Today's port of Odlum was several times larger than when Chrysippus was sent to Thurii, and the scale of its sea trade had also increased several times. The main reason was that Dionia's conquest of Mountain Gaul had deterred the forces in central and northern Italy. The Veneti Umbrians had taken the initiative to express goodwill and form an alliance with Dionia. Even the influence of Dionia had spread to some of the Illyrian coastal city-states on the east coast of the Adriatic Sea. When these forces took the initiative to approach Dionia, of course, seized the opportunity to strengthen ties with them through trade and cultural infiltration. The Adriatic Sea was a natural sea route. Many of the towns of Dionia bordering the sea and the newly joined Dionia's alliance became unusually frequent. Odlum was just one of them. However, its geographical location was special. Not only could it enjoy the benefits of trade in the Adriatic Sea, but at the same time some merchant ships from the eastern Mediterranean also docked here. In order to be able to meet the growing needs of trade and tourists, Odlum not only expanded the port, but also built 2 additional ports next to it. Its urban area had also expanded again and again. The size of the entire city of Odlum was even close to the center of the region, Udi. It was no longer the small town of Masapi in the past. When the governor of Odlum learned of the arrival of the Sparta emissary delegation, he specially sent people to welcome Xenophon and his entourage. He even held a banquet to welcome them. Xenophon politely declined and even praised that Odlum's port was exceptionally prosperous. It would definitely be one of the top towns in the kingdom of Dionia. If it continued to develop like this, it would definitely be comparable to the port of Piraeus in Athens. The governor of Odlum hurriedly expressed that there were many port towns like Odlum in the kingdom of Dionia. If Odlum wanted to become one of the top port towns, it would need to put in more effort. Many? When Xenophon heard this, he could not help but blink. He felt that he seemed to have discovered a characteristic of the Dioreans. They liked to exaggerate the strength of the kingdom to outsiders. After bidding farewell to the governor of Odlum, Xenophon and his entourage sat in a carriage and headed west. Along the way, Xenophon saw the road built by the people of Dionia. It was flat, wide, sturdy, and beautiful. The carriage moved smoothly on it at a fast speed. He was amazed by it. However, when he heard from the coachman that roads like this had already been laid all over the kingdom, connecting various towns, his previous prejudice made him subconsciously think that the other party was boasting again. Because in his impression, even in Greece, such roads were only comparable to the road from Piraeus to Athens. Odlum's port was prosperous, so it was understandable that the road connecting to the outside world was better, but it was hard to say for other places. However, Xenophon gradually began to feel that this excellent road was built a little too long. After the carriage had traveled for more than half a day and passed by a town or two, the road was still extending. His prejudice in his heart was wavering. As they passed by Tarentum, Xenophon could not help but look at it. All these years, the people of Sparta who were on good terms with him would occasionally talk angrily about this Sparta state that was forcibly taken away by the people of Dionia. This was also one of the reasons why the people of Sparta were hostile to Dionia. At this moment, he very much wanted to go in and see what Tarentum, which had become a free city in the kingdom of Dionia, was like now. However, the person in charge of the Odlum convoy, who was responsible for transporting them, refused. He believed that it was their duty to send the Sparta emissaries safely to Thurii as soon as possible. There should be no delay in the middle of the journey to avoid accidents. Xenophon was a little dissatisfied, but there was nothing he could do. The convoy finally arrived at the naval base, not far from Tarentum. It was already dusk. After the guards of the base carefully checked the official documents of the Sparta emissaries and Odlum, they were allowed to enter. As it was already late, the Sparta emissaries could only rest in the camp for the night. When Xenophon learned that this was the naval base of Dionia, he wanted to take the opportunity to take a look at the armaments of the Dionian navy. However, the guards in the camp restricted them to stay in the residence and were not allowed to walk around. Of course, the accompanying Sparta people were dissatisfied, but before they left, Agesilaus solemnly warned them that they should try their best to befriend the people of Dionia during the journey, and not provoke them to avoid bringing disaster to Sparta. Therefore, the Sparta emissaries chose to bear with it. Unexpectedly, the next day happened to be the training day of the naval base of Tarentum. 2 subfleets of the first flotilla of Dionia sailed into the port early for formation and confrontation training. When Xenophon and the others left the dock on a clipper, they were just able to see a corner of the fleet training. Amid the loud sound of bugles, nearly 200 warships were docked in the wide bay, constantly changing formations as they sailed at high speed. It was a spectacular and lively scene. Naval warfare was not Sparta's forte. Xenophon himself had never participated in a naval battle. They could not see anything from this training, but the number of triple-hulled warships still left them speechless. The size of this fleet is close to the naval level of the Athens Navy at its peak, so it's understandable that the patrol fleet has such a configuration. Xenophon thought to himself. Seeing their surprise, the captain of the clipper could not help but proudly remind them, "These are not the only naval warships of Dionia. In addition to this naval base of Tarentum, there are also several naval bases, such as Brindisi, Catania, Lily. There are more than 1,000 warships." Xenophon's heart skipped a beat. Although this time he still felt that the people of Dionia were bragging again. Some of what they said might be true. Although Xenophon did not know much about other naval bases, Brindisi was close to Peloponnesus, and the people of Sparta had a certain understanding of it. Therefore, it was likely that Dionia, which had multiple naval bases, really had multiple naval bases.